Every day I wake up and I feel that today is another day. Just like yesterday was another day. Like tomorrow gonna be another day.
Ooh. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, yeah. Come on now. You already know what it is. Yeah. Come on. Get it. Go and get it. These are going to be some big Texas stories. Oh, you're right. The biggest you'd ever seen. Probably the biggest fucking stories you've ever fucking seen. Fuck. Just had some cheesecake feeling funky as hell. Bro, that's what I'm talking about. If every time you don't eat cheesecake, you're not sick as shit afterwards, what's the point of eating it? Your body makes you sick to let you know you had enough. It's a natural mechanism, so why not use it? Run with scissors, thanks for the 2, broski. Let's get it started. Okay. Sorry, a little loud. I know, it's everyone's bedtime stories. Let's read, these are my bedtime stories. Can you keep it down? Sorry, sweet lady. Should send a story in this text is scary every day. Send it in. Let's read submissions at gmail.com. We need as many as we can get. I sound lively. I just had myself a burrito and some vitamin D3. That's all I needed. The full narration is just screaming. That's gonna be bonus content. That kind of burrito. It was from a place called Qdoba, which honestly has a lot more offerings than Chipotle, I realized. I have known this for years, but it still prevented me from just going to it instead, you know? TMI. What's up, Iris? Anyways, how are you guys doing? We got, the Texans lost. The Bears lost. Who else is still around? What's up, Sam? We just made birria tacos at home. So good. That sounds amazing. You're growing, Misty? It's about time. 4'1" to 4'1.5". Rams are doing it. Eagles did not win, unfortunately. Well, honestly, fortunately. Fuck the Eagles, man. Fuck Philly. No, I'm just playing. I'm playing, y'all. I'm playing. You know where I'm from? I'm from Kensington. Kensington Square. Born and raised. You get to listen to members only if you only subscribe to Patreon. Patreon's weird where it's like there's $1 a month one, so it's early access to normal audio, but then there's a $5 tier for the members only stuff. So it's like technically two separate things. If you become a member on YouTube, the Patreon's just like a separate entity. So it's really just up to you where you want to exist. But either way, no worries. Yeah, the 49ers had a lot of injuries, it seemed. Jason Kittle was out, and McCaffrey got injured at the end. It seemed like everybody was just dying. I feel bad for the Bills. What's his name? Josh Allen. Freaking 8 seasons in a row. Postseason. But honestly, if you sit there and think about it, 8 seasons in a row with a solid push in the postseason, even if it's not a Super Bowl, like, can you really knock Josh Allen for making it that far, that many years in a row? That's pretty much, in my mind, like one under Tom Brady status minus the Super Bowl part. And it really does seem like when you look back on it, like how much the refs have been against the Bills in some of their late game calls. We have apartments called Kensington Square, very sketchy there. I bet. It's so Bills, though. Remember, they lost 4 Super Bowls and never won one. Wait, did they make it to... Or was that in the past? Oh, yeah, I guess Josh Allen... Wait, when did... No. Did Josh Allen never played in a Super Bowl, did he? It's just been, like, AFC championships and playoff games. Jiminy Cricket Kelly. What's up, Jenny? Four Super Bowls in like 5 years, lost them all. When was this? Was this way? When was Bills Super? The Buffalo Bills played in 4 consecutive Super Bowls from 1991 to 94. Oh, that's crazy. That's wild. Losing each one versus the Giants, versus the Redskins, versus the Cowboys, versus the Cowboys again. I do remember the Cowboys 93, 94. Back to back. Am I a baseball fan? I like the sport. I just don't like watching it because it's so incredibly boring. Is this song copyrighted? This is just on a YouTube thing. It probably is. It's called Heater. I can link the playlist. It's just from playlist on YouTube. Just miss having a close best friend, to be honest. Used to have one, but passed away in 2023. She's still my friend, obviously, but she's not here physically. It's not this. No, absolutely. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear that. I'm glad TVs are going to be sailed for Super Bowl. Had my eye on it. OLED. Let's go. What size are you getting? Hopefully a 100-inch screen, right? At this point, TVs are going to be thinner and bigger than projectors. You just kind of like have to staple it to your wall and you're good to go. Hasn't been 30 years since the Cowboys have won a Super Bowl or appeared in one. I do believe, dude, they have not won next to any playoff games or even made it to the postseason in some long-ass time. Even though it would appear that Dak Prescott has had quite the season, I don't know if the Cowboys' defense just sucks total wieners this year. I don't know. That division's kind of tough, I suppose. Well, not really. The Giants suck. Washington kind of blows. He started playing Hogwarts Legacy. How's that? Only thing I like about football is the yearly halftime show. The halftime shows fucking suck. Like, they're literally... I don't even understand. It's like a live musical performance, but even that is... I don't know. I don't even like live music, I guess, so I'm not the one to really get excited about it. The Giants now have Harborough as head coach. Should be interesting. Yeah, I don't even think Harborough can save that team. I mean, he had a pretty good squad over at Baltimore. And I mean, they're not the worst ever, but I really expect him to probably finish out his retirement over there. Cowboys won your birthday in the 90s. Your birthday is January 28th. Nice, there you go. Da boys. Joel, you're worth me joining. I look forward to the lives and stories. Hey, no worries, pretty girl. Good to see you. I'm playing Hogwarts Legacy on PS5. Freaking awesome for fans. That's awesome. Yeah, it seems like it's like a proper fantasy game as well. Like the combat seems fun, you know? Imagine Let's Read does halftime. Yeah, it's just me and Kendrick Lamar reading stories together. Me and all the other Illuminati initiates. Hogwarts Legacy is actually really fun. I played it through 100%. It's one of my favorite games. Oh yeah, speaking of games, I started getting back into Celeste, but mainly just to get strawberries. Stumbled across like level 2 or 3. I had already unlocked like B-sides. I guess you get like a tape and you get B-sides. And dude, I tried the B-sides for that and it took me forever. I think it took me 427 deaths. And there was this one part on like level 2 B-side that was like astoundingly, frustratingly hard. And sometimes I think to myself how difficult it must be as a game developer to just like, you make the mechanics for your game, make them work, all this stuff, and then you gotta like think of the level design. The level design for that shit's gotta be so hard. SNL did a bit about Heated Rivalry, but it was Heated Wizardry instead. Gay parody of Harry Potter. Nice, dude. You love strawberries, don't we all? But there was this new game out, this like sort of an indie game that's very similar to Mario, like a 3D Mario game called Big Hops. Have you seen this? Have you guys heard about this, Big Hops? It's basically you're like in an open world thing like Mario 64, getting stars. Not completely open world, just the areas, big humps. Yeah. Done stories about Celeste? No. What's the creepy story in Celeste? I mean, I know it's like the person's depressed or whatever. That's like every fucking indie game. It's always about like depression or like, I can't find my identity. Who am I? All I want to do is go outside and I can't go outside. It's like, thank God your game is fun or otherwise I'd throw up. Ever been told I have a nice voice? Honestly, no. No one has ever told me that one time, and not even... Well, actually, it was only one time when I was at, like, a Bible study thing. I was reading from the Bible as, like, popcorn reading, and someone's like, bro, you gotta read my eulogy. And then that was, like, in high school, and that was the only time anybody had ever said anything about my voice until I just sort of did. And I remember there was one random time in college, somebody was working on... Their whole, like, shtick in college was they were doing a musical, like a musical major, and they needed someone to audition. They needed, like, people to audition. It was on a Facebook thing. They needed someone to audition for, like, the voice of a character. And then me and, like, 5 other people auditioned, and then he gave it to me. And so I got to basically do the voice for, which would, like, operate as, like, a sample within his hypothetical video game music. And he did go on to actually write music for video games, so that was kind of sick. Simone Archibald, welcome back for 14 months. G'day, Joel. Butter socks. Hope all good. It is. We're rocking in the free world. Thank you for 14 months, Simone. Good to always see you. And Run with Scissors, thank you for the gifter. To Stephanie. Welcome, Stephanie. Thank you. Run with Scissors. What's up, Lucy? You just said I have a nice voice? Well, then you were the latest person to say it. Thank you so much for that. My favorite indie game is Omari. Plays like an 8-bit, has a dark storyline. Yeah, there was that one. It's kind of, I mean, not necessarily similar to it, but it's like a very story-focused Japanese RPG style game. It's called Don't Look Outside. You might enjoy that one. You can look it up on Steam. Vice Noise. So many storytellers out here, but I enjoy yours the most. Your voice sometimes helps me sleep. Hey, no worries. Thanks you, Bruins. Good to see you. Thank you for listening. Alright guys, the channel's popping off. We're popping off. Hope everyone's living the best life they can. Ow! We got stories from Texas. The biggest stories you've ever seen. How's my gym going? It's good, man. I, switched up the management, cleaned things up, got different people into place, and it's actually kind of insane. Like this past month, the gym has had its first profitable month ever. So in the span of me coming in from August, finding someone to put into place to clean it up, it took, August till now, 4 or 5 months to be in a really good position for profitability. So that's pretty dope. New Year's resolutions? I don't know, honestly. Just do it. Just fucking do it. Hope you guys had the cool and sunshiny day. I had one of those days where you just want to sit outside and take it in. Yeah, it was cold and cloudy and snowy today, but that's okay. I like the snow, I'm okay with it. And I came to terms with the fact that winter is going to be long, it's going to be dark, and that's okay with me. You should pay us dividends from your profits. I should give you guys all money. Boom, boom. Mm-hmm. Is that me? That's my face right there. Are I not beautiful? Probably this best looking VTuber you've ever seen in your life. You waiting for your paycheck? Unfortunately, Justin, we found out that you owe a bit on back taxes, so your wages will be garnished. Hey, Nene, how you doing? What is the good? Had a yard sale in the fog most of the day until the sun came out. It was still cold. I don't know why, that just sounds hilarious. Just like a yard sale shrouded by fucking fog. What is that over there? It's a fucking yard sale? And you just buy the creepiest shit possible there. That's where they bought Ben Drowned, Majora's Mask. Alright, friends. Should we get into it? Should we read a story or two? We got 4 tonight, in case you're wondering. Please click like, click share, click a button. Start clicking and clacking. Hopefully Texas does not let us down. I've been a home renovations contractor here in the great state of Texas for coming up on 35 years now. And in that time, I've worked on some incredible homes and met some incredible people too. But I've also worked 1 or 2 jobs that have come to haunt me, and this is the story of one such job. In March of 1994, I got a call from a guy who'd just purchased a falling down home near Laredo Ranchettes. Anybody from Laredo? Is it called Ranchettes? Bum 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 bum. Laredo Ranchettes. Laredo. Just Laredo. Okay. Oh, it says a falling down home near Laredo Ranchettes, about 6 miles outside of Laredo. Laredo. Oh my god, we got a Texas nationalist in the chat. That's funny. Someone from the source material. I'm glad I'm not AI. Me too, man. I'm a real human being. Pretty girl, welcome to the Buttersuck Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you, pretty girl. Read some yeehaw stories. Okay. In March of 1994, I got a call from a guy who just purchased a falling down home near Laredo Ranchettes, about 6 miles outside of Laredo. He said I'd need to stabilize the foundations, shore up the framing, and swap out any rotting beams or walls to align with state building codes. The roof needed reshingling, all the doors and windows would need resealing, and the whole place needed a massive utilities overhaul, including an HVAC replacement. And inside, I'd need to insulate the walls and attic, refinish the wooden floors, make sure all the bathroom fixtures were in good working order, and all after security. What's it saying? And all after securing, probably, right? Securing. Secure. I guess I could be the most advanced AI. It's so weird though, like, okay, let's brainstorm for a second. Right now, we tentatively know that the government has some really, really cool aircrafts, right? Aircrafts that run on some sort of like weird isotope mercury technology with a swirling inside and cream filling, able to, bend gravity around itself or whatever the fuck. Okay. We know that. But besides that, what technologies, and you gotta be honest with here, no jokes. Guys, there's no joking in the chat. This is the most serious chat in all time. What kind of other technologies do you think are like right in our face that could potentially be some really advanced tech? Because, I mean, I could see some degree of like advanced AI systems being utilized that we couldn't possibly comprehend. But where is it? Do you think? Okay, we got cloaking, love. Love doesn't exist. It's fake. It's fine. Military intel. Well, yeah, I mean, intelligence gathering. Sure. I'm just curious, like specifics. Because I like, would you guys not be kind of like semi-surprised? Like sort of semi-not surprised if you found out that like the creator of ChatGPT or whatever that guy is, Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, all those guys, what if you found out that they were actually just like robots, right? Would you not be surprised if you found out that they were just some sort of like programmable cyborg robots? Because that's like something I'm like thinking, I'm like thinking that's legit. Like able to grow muscle, able to integrate themselves into society just like us, all the sort of biometric things that they would otherwise be unaware of. But if you were to just like, do a little bit of an autopsy while they're alive, no, I'm just kidding, clones, you think? Oh, programmable clones. Definitely the possibility of a reptilian race. I don't know. Yeah, what do? Do they live in the Earth or something? Or do they live on the moon? I was thinking about having one card would be cool. It's just a regular gift card, but with a little touch screen that you put on all your cards, gift cards on, then scroll through. I think that's called your phone. And like Apple Pay. Half-Life 2 is a prophecy. Is it? The Chupacabra, the mole people. I had the same theory that Stephen Hawking's computer took over his persona. Yeah, some say that like Stephen Hawking wasn't even like a real person in the sense that he was just sort of trapped in his body, and then all of these like theories of wild scientific imagination that you think emanated from his mind was literally just like typed out by somebody else, and then he was just trotted around, But wasn't he into some weird midget stuff on Epstein Island? I'm not even joking. Like he liked to watch midgets like try to reach the chalkboard, but like they couldn't do it because the chalkboard was too high or something. Been listening to your channel for the past few minutes to fall asleep, beloved. Thank you so much. You're welcome. Good to see you. All it takes is stem cell to regenerate human tissue. I could be wrong. I'm no expert. What do I know? Good point. That's okay. I mean, hey, it all starts with the imagination, right? Sometimes if we all think something all at one time, we may or may not be able to, manifest said consciousness into reality. You would be surprised. I think one of the weirdest things about the whole Epstein thing lately is like how like you kind of have to be like somehow loosely comfortable with it like all happening, but then also sort of like split your personality into like two, and then see the current political dynamic with like Trump and various other characters, and just kind of like pretend that stuff doesn't happen while you comment on the current thing. It's like, I never really understand how people compartmentalize one particular thing and just move on to the next so easily. Because that's what's been very abstractly strange about seeing, I'm sure you guys have seen it, but you probably have seen like Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden's been like paraded around lately on this sort of like media tour, but then like all of like the really abstract stuff that's coming out about him related to his laptop or his iCloud or all this kind of stuff, it's pretty disturbing. And I just kind of like find it really weird where people are like, yeah, he smoked crack, but he's pretty cool. And I'm like, I don't think he just smoked crack. I think he smoked people. How about a body farm? They grow human bodies from your cell and they transplant your brain in the body when you pass away. I've wondered that. I've thought, you know how like they talk about consciousness transfer between like the royal families and stuff like that. I was kind of thinking like if we do live in like a weird hologram type thing where it's like the Matrix and the soul that is then projected onto the avatar that is your body and the consciousness emanates from the soul, maybe that soul, which is consciousness transferred into the human brain, can just be in some sort of magical spell transferred to another body, you know what I mean, for like efficient continuity, so to speak. Corpse factories are in fact real. They're just making zombies. Anyways. Inside, I'd need to insulate the walls and attic, refinish the wooden floors, make sure all the bathroom fixtures were in good working order, and after securing all the rights and permits from the county courthouse. Oh. Yeah, that sounded weird. We're in a new moon. Okay, perfect. Inside, I'd need to insulate the walls and attic, refinish the wooden floors, make sure all the bathroom fixtures were in good working order, and all after securing the right permits from the county courthouse. And all in all, it was looking like a 3 to 6 month job that had set the owner back between $50,000 and $100,000 or possibly more. And so as you can imagine, I accepted the contract pretty much there and then and signed it after 2 quick read-throughs to make sure everything was up to code. Now I drove out to the place on a Monday morning, having signed the contract and received the keys on the Friday before. It was a big job, so I was pretty excited to get started, but when I arrived, I found out that my key didn't work. Now, I think I just rolled my eyes, then took out my phone to give him a call, but since it was pretty early in the morning, I was neither surprised nor annoyed when he didn't answer. I left a message on his voicemail asking him to call me back because he'd given me the wrong key. I wasn't rude about it, I just said it was... Already feeling sleepy? You're feeling very sleepy. Am I feeling better than last week? Yeah, I feel good, man. I was in the show X-Files where they kept samples of everybody's DNA to create a new species of people. Did they do it? A Hobbit rap group, yay or nay? Make it happen. What happened last week? I don't know. I don't really know, honestly. I think the number one way to feel better, though, is to never even think about yesterday. Because the more you sort of associate with your past negative feelings, it's almost like you're trying to actively sabotage your current feelings, as weird as that might sound. And then you constantly get in like a loop of associating with some type of like negative mood because of the maybe positive affirmations from others or something. And so, fuck yesterday. It never even happened, dude. I just can't. I literally was born right now. I wasn't rude about it. I just said it like it was, and how I'd appreciate if he could get me the real key as soon as humanly possible. Now, being there wasn't a complete waste of time. Because I could still survey the building's exterior and get a real feel for what I was dealing with. And so for about the next half hour or so, that's what I did. Right up until a black SUV came tearing up the road behind me, and a guy dressed in a security uniform. Alright guys, I think we need to immediately switch it to that other text. I don't know why I can't read that one, and honestly I say that based on literally nothing. If I get to wake up and then eat, and then I'm pretty happy with life. That's true. Food's pretty awesome. Sleep, food, you're good. Sleep, food, water, shit, litter box. Dude, I wish I could go back to school now, or I wish like things were the same like how schools are now, because when I was younger they didn't have litter boxes in school, so I didn't like literally know where I could shit. I had to shit outside in the fucking schoolyard. So for about the next half hour or so, that's what I did. Right up until a black SUV came tearing up the road behind me, and a guy dressed in a security uniform got out of it. He asked if I had permission to be on the land, so I explained who I was and why I was there. Now, once I explained I was the contractor, he softened up a little, but went on to explain how I couldn't be there just yet because the safety inspectors hadn't been around yet. Now, I thought I was doing the safety evaluation, but he went back to his truck to grab the paperwork for me. And then, since it all looked legitimate, with the name of the owner on there and everything, I got back in my truck and drove back into town. Now, I was having lunch by the time the client called me back, and while I figured it'd be a simple case of getting me the right key, it was anything but. He sounded annoyed when I picked up the phone and insisted that he had indeed given me the correct key. Now, I very calmly assured him that wasn't the case, but it was easily rectified, especially since he had a whole week before the safety inspectors could finish their work. Now, the client immediately says, "What safety inspectors?" And so I explained the whole encounter with a security guard that he'd hired. And once again, the client immediately responded with, "What security guard?" And this was when I realized something weird was going on. I told the client as much, and how from experience there was probably some kind of illegal activity occurring in his vacant property. He sighed, then asked if I could meet him out at the house the following morning with a locksmith and a sheriff's deputy. And the next morning I did the same thing as the first. Marhoma, doing good. How are you doing? Good to see you. We are living in a very strange and terrifying time in this world. More and more people are operating with under dark spirits and forces. It takes a lot of discernment nowadays to survive. I don't disagree with that, but I also don't think it's as bad as you think. I think we may or may not live in one of the best times ever, while also simultaneously just being bombarded with too much information via the internet and stuff. And I think we're all and due to that discernment, I think sometimes it's like trying to make it through like multiple layers. Like there's some parts of ourselves that think because we get to see X information and not Y information, we therefore have the correct information, without realizing that the information that we just are inhaling or breathing in or sort of just absorbing passively is in fact the part that's actually draining us of our energy that's creating a sort of narrative about the world that's like far beyond what it actually is, at least for our own immediate selves. Because in all honesty, it's like death and destruction, or whatever dark forces you might sort of ambiguously speak of, I know where you're coming from though, is really just something that's plagued Earth since the dawn of time, and in many ways, I think we're doing fine. That reminded me, there's a study that humans can breathe through their buttholes one day, possibly. There's a study that one day it might happen. A study out of San Francisco finds if your butthole is gaped enough, you might actually be able to breathe out of it. But it's going to require some spit. The next morning, I did the same thing as the first and arrived at the vacant house around 8 a.m. And then over the next 10 to 20 minutes, the client, the locksmith, and the deputy rolled up one by one. The client goes over the situation with the deputy and the locksmith, just making sure that they're up to speed about what he might be facing inside. And then once that was all out of the way, the locksmith got to the door. Got to sit at the door. Zorg explained how we need destruction to breed creation. Who's Zorg? Is that Scientology? This study came out of Atlanta, Georgia. The number one butthole breathing location of America. Everybody there just inhaling. They don't even fart, they just take in, they actually like suck in farts from each other. Oh, The Fifth Element. Nice, dude. It's a classic. Honestly, I love the aesthetic of The Fifth Element. I wish there was like more science fiction movies that felt that way. Well, I guess you could compare it almost like to Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy, but a lot more action-oriented. To be honest with you, I'm not even sure if The Fifth Element was that great of a movie. It's been so long. Tell that to the dinosaurs. They were all born when did you guys know the dinosaurs were around when I was born? I like just missed them in the year 1990. Then, once that was all out of the way, the locksmith got the door open and the deputy led us inside. And the first thing that struck me was how clean the place was. It was still run down and I could see a bunch of junk and old dusty furniture in one of the rooms, but the hallway looked like it had been swept meticulously, as did one of 4 rooms on the ground floor. But when the deputy walked into that room, he saw something that had him calling it on his radio. Would it be calling it or calling it in? Have you seen The 13th Warrior? I've not. What is that? I rewatched Fifth Element after not seeing it for 10 years. It aged well. Oh, that's good, yeah. I remember Chris Tucker was in that. Wasn't Chris Tucker also in the Epstein situation? It's so interesting. It's like everybody was just went on holiday. Some people go to Spain, some people Florida, others the Virgin Isles. Chris Tucker gave you chicken pox. Herpes zoster too. But when the deputy walked into that room, he saw something that had him calling it in on his radio just a few seconds later. It was a chair, a metal one, and it looked like it had been bolted to the floor. It wasn't alone either. There was a bunch of chains piled up in one corner, and the deputy mentioned those too when he made his dispatch call. It wasn't alone either. There was a bunch of chains piled up in one corner, and the deputy mentioned that too when he made his dispatch call. It was obvious that something bad had been happening there. Something really bad by the looks of things. We just didn't understand the extent of it. not until we got upstairs and saw what had been done to the shower cubicle. Now the bathtub was in one corner, and the shower was in the other, and much like the hallway in the room downstairs, it looked like someone had taken a great amount of care in cleaning the place down. But that's not what stopped me in my tracks. What had my mouth open in shock and horror was the fact that someone had reinforced the shower cubicle with concrete slabs, and these concrete slabs looked like they had bullet holes in them. Not all the way through bullet holes, but almost like damage where bullets had hit the concrete. And as soon as he saw that, the deputy told us that we better go back outside because the place was almost certainly now some kind of crime scene. We just did as he asked and walked back outside in silence, and with this chill in the air despite the Hey, Rick Campbell with the big $20 odd. Have you heard that the Bank of England told to prepare for a market crash if the United States announces alien life? Is that what they're gonna do? That's what's gonna be the market crash, is the alien life narrative? I think most people are kind of like loosely okay with whatever they say about extraterrestrials. Terrestrials. I don't know. It's so annoying, though. Do they really have to crash the market? Why don't they just give us 1,000 years of prosperity, those jerks? I think everybody's pretty cool, pretty chill. If you really sit there and look at humanity, we're all pretty chill. I think they got it under control. Do they really need to consolidate any further? You ready to move to Greenland? We're going to have Greenland. We're going to have part of Canada. It's going to be sick, dude. Yeah, we're going to be clapping green cheeks. There was a story about how I was living alone as a single mom and heard a noise in my apartment. Went to investigate. Was frozen in place as I watched a dark shadow go down the hallway, disappeared behind me. That's spooky. I do Montana stories next. I can look into it for sure. I don't know. It sounds like the safest place to be during World War III is going to be Argentina. Have you guys heard about this? Have you seen this? Is everybody getting ready to move to Argentina? We just did as he asked and walked back outside in silence, and with this chill in the air despite that Texas heat. We knew we'd just been someplace where folks had been hurt and then killed, and there was no telling just how many folks that had happened to either. And it all made sense why the place was so clean, too. At least the rooms people were using for their business there, and why they'd most likely been scrubbed down during the previous 24 hours following my first visit to the place. Now there was a real sense of they were just here, which only added to how damned creepy it all was. And I'll never forget the look on that deputy's face either, like he'd never seen anything like that before. Now, the poor guy figured that he was going to chase out some squatters and ended up walking around a torture and Torture. Hey, what's up, guys? Welcome back to Mr. Torture. MAGA merch stands in Greenland. I don't know, man. Tentatively, I would say like the majority of... Unless it's like, it really seems like whatever energy was experienced more on like the right side of American politics, the conservative side towards like the concept of MAGA, it seems to have gone out the window. Like it seems like most people are kind of just like black-pilled in that sense. Maybe I'm wrong. Mars is embarrassing at best. If you're from Mars, you're gross. If you're from Mars, you're getting deported to the Kuiper Belt. Disgusting. The poor guy figured he was going to chase out some squatters and ended up walking around a freaking torture and execution chamber. And as you can probably guess, renovations were delayed until the cops could comb the house over for any evidence. But they didn't find a lick of it inside those four walls, and they didn't find anything around the property either, especially digging the place up so much that it looked like the surface of the moon. Just craters everywhere. I obviously wasn't told crap by the cops, I was just the contractor. But when it came time for the job to start back up again, the client filled me in on what they told him. And like I said, the cops didn't find anything. But based on how clean the place was in relation to how run down the home was, it was likely the house had been occupied during my first visit. And when I tried to unlock the door, there had been torturers and murderers inside, and maybe even victims too. And that gave me a whole second helping of all that creepy, they were just here feeling. Only as you can imagine, it was way worse that time, thinking that I'd been so close to such terrible evil, and it had been quietly lurking inside, while I'd been completely none the wiser. Do I have any creepy stories? No, everybody's always been really nice to me, honestly. Just in time to listen to you while I go to sleep, I do every night. Thanks, you, Nora. Good to see you. Do you watch the show The Expanse? I have not. What's that about? I'm trying to uncover the underlying narrative of why the media is always pushing pushing the files. Like, why they're pushing the Epstein files. What do you mean? Like, pushing it, but, like, simultaneously not actually uncovering anything? Or is there, like, a counter-narrative to that or how do you mean? Because I've been curious about that, too. Like, why did Trump and, like, the conservatives, like, right, try to push the Epstein files for so long, but then as soon as they got into power, and then it was revealed that there was a lot of implications of Trump in it, then try to, like, hide it. Like, it all just, like, it's, like, counterintuitively strange. It just makes no sense. Expanse is in space show war between people who live on Mars and people who mine the asteroid in the asteroid belt. Very good show. Oh, that sounds pretty sick, honestly. That's like something that I really hope that, what's it called, Helldivers does. I hope Helldivers does like a, Mormon separatists or Mormon extremists. You guys remember that from Starship Troopers? Mormon extremists at Fort John, whatever his name is. But then there's bugs there and stuff. I just think that Helldivers, they really need to add like people to fight against. Now, maybe that could be like the PvP thing where, oh, dude, that's how they do PvP. I just figured it the fuck out. That's how they... Wait. Yeah, that's how they do PvP. Okay. Wait. I don't know. I was thinking maybe there could be like a weaker version of like humans who are like really, really ill-equipped, right? To deal with like 4... really strong, like, normal human players or what, and they wouldn't have to be really strong, but they'd be their normal self with all their things that they call in and stuff. But then basically the idea is that the opposing human side just has like a shit ton of waves of themselves that come, and then the 4 would just try to blast them and take. I don't fucking know. I feel like I just basically want to kill people in that game. I just think it'd be more fun. Joe, I'm working on assignments that are due this weekend and I haven't started. You wish me luck. You help me be productive. I got you, bro. You're gonna do this. There's a reason you waited till now. That's when you do your best work. You just decided to collect anime figures? That's cool. Which one are you gonna get first? The trick is what you do is you keep them in a jar. Don't ask me why, but I think that's why most people keep anime figures in jars, is it keeps them fresh. Justin with the 5s, it's a daily affirmation time. Repeat after me. On my mama, on my hood, I look fly, I look good. Amen. Thank you, Justin. The gay grenade. Dancing aliens there with Will Smith. Don't go to Japan. Food will never be good again. Dude, I heard there was like some post-Japan depression. Like some people say it's like you go there and it's like being in a utopia, but if the utopia took place in the 1990s, and then coming back is just an impossibility. Is that true, Justin? You were there. Have I seen The Thing? Yeah, John Carpenter's The Thing. Very, very good flick. Has anyone seen the new 28 Days Later? I'm excited to see it. Me too. I heard it was actually good this time around. The first 28 Years Later, I wasn't terrible, but I heard this. I'm going to watch the new one because I'm kind of committed now. What were we talking? Were we talking about something a little bit ago? I lost track of it. Dang. I feel like it was like sort of semi-important. Love from New Mexico and all the spooky stuff here. Thank you. Good to see you. The files and stuff. Oh, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Was there... Did we figure out... I was waiting for the person to respond as to why they think... I don't know. It just all seems to be like... Maybe... Who knows? Maybe in some weird way, the discussion around the files is like a limited hangout type thing where you get like X amount of information, but you're never going to get the full information. Because I've heard some people talk about like Epstein wasn't just like a black male pedophile working for Israel or whatever. Like I've heard that he was like, some people said he's like a fucking mad scientist, or was like basically doing so many insane operations that you couldn't wrap your head around. One of them being he owned some ranch in Nevada that was on a governor, like an ex-governor's land, but in the center, so basically they didn't have jurisdiction to ever go to the land within the governor's, ranch or whatever. Was that the Bunny Ranch or something? But then at that ranch, in the center, was an old missile silo, and within the missile silo, it went down many, many floors, obviously being like that deep to put a missile in, that there was like various floors to it with like levels, and some of the levels had like cloning facilities specific, for Epstein. Like he was trying to create almost like, I wouldn't say like a master race, but he was trying to create large sums of like, maybe not necessarily an army, but it was basically like more black budget operations that extended beyond just the blackmailing part and the human child trafficking and stuff. My first figure I got is a Hatsune Miku Conceptual Art Series 2. You won it round 1. Wait, so does it come with a jar? I forget what you were saying. Is it pre-jarred? Like, what are you going to dry with a list? What are you going to dry with a list of names? Why does it matter? What are you going to dry with a list of names? You mean like why? What is the general public? Like, what's the general public going to do with a list of people that are on the Epstein list or whatever? Yeah, I mean, I thought about that because I'm like, if there ever was going to be a reason to crash the markets, I don't think it's necessarily going to be aliens. I feel like if you were to find out every tech billionaire, every like person of influence, whatever who was on that list, what would they do? They would like all flee to different countries and therefore, I don't know, take their markets with them or something like that. And then that in and of itself would create an organic or inorganic like collapsing of the economy due to people quote unquote boycotting or creating supply chain issues. You know what I mean? Just shit of that nature. I don't know. It certainly would be economically disturbing, but maybe not. Honestly, at this point, I feel like nobody even cares about fucking anything. Like, at the end of the day, you could hear about, like, finding out that Epstein had a fucking moon. One of the 91 moons orbiting Saturn right now could just be literally a cloning rapist facility. And I don't think a single person would even give a fuck. They're like, bro, do I still have to wake up and go to work tomorrow? Yes, okay, then fucking they can do whatever they want on Saturn. I don't give a shit. Harvest my soul, I don't care. There's something going on behind it, like a false flag. Why is the media so focused on publicizing it? Right, that's the big question is, I think one of my tentative thoughts related, because I've always looked at like Trump as being, because of how divisive he is on the surface been used within the media, to generate a strong sense of perceived division within the nation, even if the nation as a majority is not divided, and like I said, all still has to go to work and doesn't really give a shit, and they're just want to get by. I still think like sometimes it doesn't matter whether or not you care about a narrative, it's whether or not the narratives still happen and only a minority of people care about it. It can still create a cascade of effects from said narratives. And so therefore, I mean, how many times have you heard the term Civil War, Civil War, Civil War? It's just like something stupid divisionally related to Trump or related to politics and all that kind of stuff. And so I think if this is some sort of like slow self-destruction or like almost controlled demolition of the United States and its economy, the number one way in which I could see people almost being like loosely okay with it is as if they view all of their leadership with literally next to no respect or appreciation or basically accepting that hierarchy, that whenever it starts to implode upon itself, it's almost expected, or almost like a predictive programming in some sense, where they're like, well, that's what's supposed to happen. It's a bunch of satanic pedophiles running the show, so you know what I mean. So it's almost like you don't really have any sympathy, or it's almost like it by itself and presenting that information, it completely erodes any identity that one would have as a unifying factor within the civilian population. There's no unifying concept if they think all of our leaders are just like murderous monsters who smoke crack, and suck each other's cocks in their spare time. They're trying to control demolition. Who keeps repeating Civil War? I just mean like anywhere you go, like since for the past like 10 years, all of this stupid, like it's just a word that's been thrown around literally since Trump came on the scene. Sounds like a Friday night. True. Honestly, right. Words don't matter, do they? As a younger man, I was a Texas Ranger for the better part of 2 decades, and in that time, I saw and heard things that would quite rightly haunt a man until he's lying in his grave. I said that really weird, sorry. Back to Texas. When you think of Civil War, you think of Call of Duty. That's fair. As a younger man, I was a Texas Ranger for the better part of 2 decades, and in that time, I saw and heard things that would quite literally haunt a man until he's lying in his grave. But out of all of those things, there's only one that haunts me more than most, and that creeps into my mind on those cold and lonely nights when I wonder if I ever really made a true difference. It was the early 80s, I was a much younger man, and I was essentially working as the understudy to a veteran ranger who had a heck of a lot of wisdom to impart on me. And then one day, we were asked to go visit a guy named Wolf, Paul Wolf, to ask him about his wife's ex-husband. A Mr. Billy Staton and his current partner a Mr. Billy, I feel like the way I say that's got to be a certain way. Gotta read at least one story in a Texas accent. Hey, SpongeBob, a Mr. Billy Staton and his current partner have been missing for a few days, having apparently been seen partying, paying a visit to Mr. Wolf's house. Now guess what, SpongeBob? Mr. Wolf was by the time married to Mr. Staton's fucking ex-wife, and had shared custody of Staton's daughter, Melody. He also didn't think her father treated her very well, most likely on account of his wife talking trash about him when he wasn't around. Sandy's the only Texan I know, so it's the only one I can reference. Do a Jerry Seinfeld impression. What's the deal? A Mr. Billy Staton and his current partner had been missing for a few days, having apparently last been seen paying a visit to Mr. Wolf's house. Tell you what, god dang it, a Mr. Billy Staton, his current partner, had been missing for a few days, having apparently last been seen paying a visit to Mr. Wolf's house. Have I heard of Mr. Nightmare? No, who's that? That boy ain't right. Doug Dimmadome, owner of the Dale Dimmadome. Oh, Mr. Nightmare is another narrator. What's he do? What's he read? Shisha, pocket flames. Pocket like propane coming out of his pocket. I have heard of Mr. Nightmare. Oh. He reads true scary stories, right? He's very good. Okay, dang. I had no idea anybody else did this exact thing as me. Sitsutar, thank you for the gifter. To Jessica Gooner. Joe, I love the new badge I got. What'd you get? Oh, that thing is sick. Thank you, mon bleu. Does it let you share your new badge or like share? Okayasu Nijimura with the 5 says, had an amazing night having tea and a bath with the lady. Also, Mr. Nightmare is pretty good. Kind of same-ish. And yeah, I think he does. Oh, no, I'm sorry. I was just joking. Of course I know him. I don't know. Sometimes I'm being sarcastic and y'all just don't understand when I'm just having a bit of a laugh. It's okay, though. It's okay, guys. It just means that I can more easily scam you into buying my meme coin, my rug pull coin. That'd be funny if you made a crypto coin called rug pull. I sillied so hard we ran him down with pitchforks. I know, yeah. Hey guys, I'm just making Epstein's monster over here. Oh my god, that's what he was making at the Bunny Ranch in Nevada, was Epstein's monster. We need to go there with pitchforks right now. Joel, question. Let's hear it, baby. I'm going to be a narrator. I'm a female, though, so it's probably a little bit hard for me to find a platform because some women sound so cringe telling scary stories. Well, it seems like women do really well within, like, to put themselves on camera and do, like, the true crime stuff, you know what I mean? That's where I see most women, like, narrators exist, is the true crime, associating with their personality type thing, giving some commentary, all that kind of stuff to, you know what I mean? But I think overall, when it comes to female narrators, they have platforms, they exist within audiobooks, voice acting, all that kind of stuff, but you don't see a lot of, like, top true, you know what I mean, like creepypasta, true scary, all that kind of stuff, narrators. So yeah, and make sure you clack your nails as you're doing your makeup while you talk about someone's dead husband. You just bought one of my shirts. Thanks, Brody. Appreciate you, broski. Be sure to tell your friends. It was the early 80s. I was a much younger man, and I was essentially working at the Wait, where was I? But all those things are only one that haunts me the most. Oh, yeah, this one. Oh, have you ever lost sleep over a story you narrated? Not that I know of. I go to bed with all the bodies buried in my basement and sleep like a frickin' baby. Can I wear your merch on my OnlyFans? Is that legally speaking okay? My team can reach out to yours. Let me know. Justin, you better not have an OnlyFans. I'm going to be telling your gay porn director on you. You're breaking contract. Guys, can you tell me if... Okay, Justin, can I give you a hypothetical? Like, this is an actual question, not sarcastic. and not even about you, but just from the perspective of like a talent agency. Okay, who's good at math here? I'm going to give you guys a math problem, and I want you to tell me if it's stupid as shit. I'll do the math for you after, so no worry. Had a poopy week, glad you're here. Good to see you, Cindy, no worries. Everyone from London, mate. Okay, so basically, imagine right now you have a contract, hypothetically, and your contract is split 80-20, right? You got that in your head? You make 80% of whatever's made. The other people get 20% of your apples. Then somebody comes in and says, hey, this is a snake. A snake comes up to you. You're a chicken. And the snake says, hey, chicken, I'll go talk to the fucking farmer, and I'll convince the farmer that you should get 90% of the apples. But I get 10% of your 90%. After all is said and done, after you get 90% of the 100% of the apples, and then they take 10% of your 90%, what percentage did you actually increase in your apples? No, this is not related to the gym. Get a lawyer. That is the moral of the story. Get a fucking lawyer. Okay, so yeah, if you had 80% and you increased it to 90%, and then someone came in, and you know that's the sum total is the 90%, and you took 10% from that, you know, basically you would have increased to 81%, right? Because, you know, 10% of 90 is 9, and 90 minus 9 is 81. So you would have gone from 81% or 80% to 81%. So you would have gone through this big rigmarole where you now have a contract with a snake, and all you have increased by is 1%. Anyways, would you guys take that deal? Would going through this big shebanger-ranger which community is best? Let's read Creepypasta, Creepcast, The Dark Insanity. Honestly, I don't really watch anybody, so I have no fucking clue. I mean, Creepcast is, what's his name, right? The Meat Canyon and Isaiah. Is his name Isaiah? I forget. Why does snake want apples? The snake doesn't want apples, bro. The snake wants to eat you. Anyways, I don't know why I thought of that analogy, but the point is it doesn't sound very good to me. I didn't answer your question. What did you ask? What the fuck is this, a college class? It's 90% if you wet your lips and... Yeah, but it's 90% minus like 10% of that 90%, right? So the 90% will, you know, turns into 100%. It turns into a number, which is now 100%, and they take 10% of that 100%, and in the total, am I in college? No, dude, I'm old as shit. I went to college, but... Long story short, Justin, what I'm asking you is, like, do these agencies, are they, like, do you think that they just sort of, like, parasitically show up whenever they see that you're doing well, want to promise you the world, but then all they really do is lock you into contracts like a, you know, MCM and try to fucking, like, milk your tits? Yeah, basically, yeah, I want a cut of your OnlyFans account. I am your new pimp. And I'm going to donate it all to Israel. Do I believe in God, your Lord and Savior? Yeah. I'm planning on going into urban planning, which requires some math, hopefully not too much. It's all good. I mean, people are so afraid of math. All math really is just, it's like learning a language, right? And how do you learn a language? You just do it a million times. So like once you do a math problem a million times, you're fucking fine, dude. You'll be fine. Just study. It's literally just study. You have an overthinking problem. That's your only problem. What you need to do, and it's advice that I think is probably the most ideal for really anything, is what's called retard maxing. It's where you don't think and you just do. Don't think about the consequences for, walking up to a chick. Don't think about the consequences of starting that business. Don't think about the consequences of taking a risk outside of maybe one that like legitimately jumping off a cliff hurts you or something. But you want to retard max and just do things. And then it might work out. And if it doesn't work out, who fucking cares? Math is beautiful, and I wish the U.S. had a better approach to how it's taught. Yeah, it really just comes down to the teacher, right? I mean, I'm sure there are certain things they have to follow, and I'm completely off base, but it is dumb when you think about, like, the majority of the math that you learn is really just contextual to itself. And I know they say they have, like, word problems, whatever, but most of the time it's just, like, repetition without ever, like, I mean, how many times it's almost become a joke, a student asking, like, when are we going to use this in real life? And the teacher can quite literally just answer like, well, here is where you'll use it in real life. Do I use AI? No, I don't. Have you seen the YouTube page, The Golden Radio Hour? It's endless new episodes of New Twilight Zone episodes. New ones? You failed algebra twice. Question is, did you study? That's really all it came down to. But at the same time, like, a teacher should be able to, like, if they're a good teacher, they should be able to teach you a lot of shit in a short period of time. Do I watch anime? Not really anymore. I try to watch animes, but I always find them to be really cringe. But there are also a lot of them, like classic ones, that I really like. How often do we use algebra? I mean, you yourself probably wouldn't be inputting the, algorithm to do an algebraic equation, but I mean, I'm sure whenever you're doing your taxes or calculating something on your phone, it's probably using some degree of something. Calculus, algebra, all that shit. If you marry a YouTuber, do you compile your channels? Is that how marriage works? Yeah, we have to exchange. What if in, like, you got divorced and then they gave you the wrong YouTube channel back? So I had to take over a makeup channel and they got the scary story one with, like, a little mouse voice. I married a mouse, by the way, who does makeup. It was the early 80s. I was a much younger man, and I was essentially working as an understudy to a veteran ranger who had a heck of a lot of wisdom to impart to me. And then one day, we were asked to go visit a guy named Wolf, Paul Wolf, to ask him, am I saying that right? Wolf. I know you guys give me shit when I say woof. Wolf. 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 W-O-L-F. Wolf. Wolf. I woof you. I woofed in my pants. Meek Mouse. I'm married. Is math a construct, though? How did we even get the numbers and equations and how that applied to things like physics or the golden ratio? How come uncontacted tribes haven't applied it yet? That's a good question. I mean, like, I don't think it's a construct. I mean, it's clearly a construct because it's just a language to explain, things that can be measured and anticipated within reality, right? Most of the time. Obviously, like, theoretical physics is something different and, you still try to figure it out. But math in and of itself is, a really complex thing that, I can't honestly say how it was determined. in its originality, other than it was built upon itself in the same way every other piece of science is built upon itself. But if we get bored and we want to just say it's aliens, then yeah, maybe it's fucking aliens. Then one day, we were asked to go visit a guy named Wolf, Paul Wolf, to ask him about his wife's ex-husband. A Mr. Billy Staton and his current partner had been missing for a few days, having apparently last been seen paying a visit to Mr. Wolf's house. Mr. Wolf was by that time married to Mr. Staton's ex-wife and had shared custody of Staton's daughter, Melody. He also didn't think her father treated her very well, most likely on account of his wife talking trash about him when he wasn't around. Wolf would sometimes become aggressive with Billy Staton. Hey Blackout, what's up? Wolf would sometimes become aggressive with Billy Staton whenever he showed up to pick up his daughter, sometimes very aggressive. Has anyone listened to Terrence McKenna? Yeah, Terrence McKenna's cool. If you need someone to ramble on while you're on mushrooms. Dropped out of high school when I was 15 and got back to work to help my family. Went back to get my GED at 20 as a single mom. Now I'm a world-class author, self-taught. Really, a world-class author? What do you mean? How have we not told us this before? World-class author. Are you like a pro? Did you write Harry Potter? Paul Wall, baby. It's the people's champ. I'm something like a baller. Yeah. Wolf would sometimes become aggressive with Billy Staton whenever he showed up to pick up his daughter, sometimes very aggressive. And so Mr. Staton decided that he's going to slip a small tape recorder into his pocket prior to pickup so he can prove to a judge just how hostile Wolf really was. Now, when we arrived at Wolf's home, he claimed no knowledge of Staton's visit. He said Staton and his fiancée, a lady named Letitia Castro, hadn't been by in almost a week, and since they hadn't stopped by to exchange custody, they just kept hold of little Melanie until they decided to show. Now, we knew that wasn't the case, and so we knew that we caught him in a lie and that all... How long ago did we start? 1 hour and 17 minutes. Wait, did they... where's Moonlit? Did you say what book you wrote? Sorry to bug you if you don't want to share, that's fine. It just would be sick to, like, if you were open about it, to talk about what, well, at the same time, anonymity is good, so no worries. Dude, that documentary you were talking about was good. It was called American Movie. Yeah, it's really funny, wasn't it? It's so silly. Probably a classic, though. We've read approximately one paragraph. This is true. I'm making it really far in life here. Now, we knew that wasn't the case, so we knew that we caught him in a lie, and that was all the grounds we needed to arrest him on suspicion of murder. And then, surprise, surprise, once he was in custody, Mr. Wolf changed his tune and admitted that Staton and Castro had stopped by his place. He started claiming that upon trying to remove his daughter from the property, Staton became forceful and started yelling at her. Wolf said he stepped in and tried to calm Staton down, but Staton began yelling and shoving him away. A fight broke out, but while Wolf was merely trying to restrain the angry Staton, Staton was straight up trying to murder him. Wolf said he tried, and he tried, yelling for his wife, Staton's ex, to call the cops, but Staton overpowered him and forced him to escalate. Wolf said that in order to save... Wolf. I contacted with Random House Publishing in my early 20s and was published worldwide. Wait, what was the book? Did you tell us? Hello, hello, beautiful Joel. My son and his hubby are about to head to the United States tomorrow and come back with a 6-week human boy. Why does that sound kind of ominous? My son and his hubby are about to head to the U.S. tomorrow and come back with a Oh, they're adopting. Okay, I was like, what's going on? Jeffrey Epstein? No, I'm just kidding. Congratulations, if that is what's going on. So you're adopting intercontinental? I didn't even know they did that. Congratulations, I thought you were single, but... Oh no, I'm not married. Did I say I was married? Because I said I got married to a small little mouse. Mick Mouse. I'm married to the game, true. Once I learned to read, I just couldn't stop. Surrogate mother and the donor is an Olympian, so no adoption. Interesting. How'd you get an Olympian? That's cool. So you're literally gonna have... What if it grows up to be a giant and it just beats you guys up? What are you gonna do then? No, but that's amazing though. That's crazy. That's a big change in life. Honestly, that might be the ideal way to go about it, like adopt a kid, because then you don't have to worry about going through the pregnancy and all that kind of stuff. I wonder how hard that is to be a surrogate mother and like give up a baby. You know what I mean? Because the question is, it's like, do they do where they surgically remove the baby to like prevent further connection between the biological mother and the child? Or like as soon as it's born, do they immediately hand it to the family? It's usually for a reason, is it not? I mean, I think some people, yeah, $50,000. It's $50,000 hard. Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. I feel like until you've done it, until you've carried like a human, your own biological kid inside of you, to finally get to the end of the road and just be like, hand it over. I feel like at least the first time would be really, really difficult. But I guess, I don't know. You'd have to really be able to like separate yourself from it. Viking Metal Dragon, thank you for the 2. What would I do with my experience? Yeah, after I shit out a baby, I mean, earlier I had a big burrito, so it's probably going to be really hard to flush it down the toilet when I'm done, honestly, when it finally makes its way through. Do surrogate babies come out fully grown? That's what I've heard. Well, yeah, I mean, surrogate babies just, you're carrying the baby like normal until term of 38 to 48 or 38 to 40 weeks, right? My first publishing through Random House was a compilation. I also helped write another book that was written by an Australian author by the name of Jason Bradshaw. Okay. Moonlit, this might be a bit much to ask, but if I ever were to want to publish a book, would we be able to contact you about getting in contact about something like that? Because the one thing I heard that publishers really enjoy is whenever you have the ability to advertise said book. And I was thinking a book coming out on this channel could be easily advertised through each video, right? Doctor is unknown. Yes, fully grown. Thanks, Jill. Yeah, no worries. And I know I'm making a lot of jokes, but I'm not trying to be rude or anything. I'm just having a bit of a goof. Texan here, and I have a scary story to tell. No Dr. Pepper at the store. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. This is fucking Trump's America. And Biden's. And Hitler's. And Israel's. You want to be a surrogate baby? Yeah, is there a possible way to climb up inside of someone and then be someone's adopted kid? It's your birthday. Happy birthday, Paris. Wolf said that... I gotta pronounce the L. Wolf said that in order to save his own life, his wife's life, and the life of her daughter, he began... Wait, is Wolf a chick? Oh, the wife's daughter. Jesus Christ. I can't read, can I? Let's Read is my company for countless nights. Thank you, Viking. Thank you for the 2. Joleno, a great publisher company. My friend published 4 books. I can email you information. Yeah, that'd be useful, too. I still would like to hear from them. Just, you know. What percentage of stories are true on your channel? I think 1,000,000% of them, honestly. Started rewatching a Mr. Nightmare playlist and forgot how terrifying the story's narrations were. Always get goosebumps, chills down your spine. Alright, you're banned. No, I'm just kidding. What's up, Cherry? I sent my cousin in Mexico Dr. Pepper from the States. Guess the Mexican version doesn't taste good. Oh, damn, that's weird. Wonder if there's any differences. Helped you sleep since you were 12. That's crazy. How long's it been? You're now 78 years old and retired. What's up, Kermit the Frog? Okay, I gotta lock in real quick. Wolf said that in order to save his own life, his wife's life, and the life of her daughter, he began striking Mr. Staton around the head with an iron bar. Now, he said he blacked out, like the red mist had descended on him, and then when he woke up, Mr. Staton and his fiancée were dead. Wolf said that in a panic, he threw the 2 bodies into the back of his truck and then drove out to a nearby river to dump them. He told us where the spot was, so we drove out to see if he was telling the truth. It turns out the bodies were exactly where he said they'd be, bloated and half rotten from laying there in lukewarm river water. But I guess Wolf was counting on the bodies being too rotten to really analyze, because when we found them, Miss Castro's corpse showed that she'd been shot in the head at close range and was something of a large caliber. Now, this directly contradicted Wolf's story, as he insisted only the metal bar was used to defend himself and his family. But that wasn't the only thing that proved Wolf was lying, because when he dragged Billy Staton's body out of the water, I'm not a publisher, but I would love to do a compilation of stories with you. Yeah, I mean, if you ever want, like, we can check out your stories and maybe they could, you know, because I would, to be on, like, bonus content and stuff like that, I would pay for them. Like, if there was ones that weren't already in contract somewhere else or published somewhere else, if you just have, like, scary shit lying around or whatever that you want to share, I would purchase those from you. And, or, you know, I would have an editor look at them first and just verify that they're usable and stuff, and we would take a peek-see, and that'd be awesome to chit-chat. I got so angry I blacked out once. I didn't do anything aside from scaring people, though. Interesting. You weren't on anything, or very talented narrator to do this well while live. Hey, thanks, Power. I love you, bro. Yes, like the live, guys. Click like, click share. I feel like I'm having deja vu right now. This is weird. Still in contact with Martin Animations. Y'all were the best duo when I was younger. Well, Martin, I think, reached out years ago and was like, can I use your stuff to make animations? And I was cool with it, you know. But then also it's kind of tough whenever it's like I just release a video and then they immediately turn it into an animation within like a day. You know what I mean? So it almost like cuts into my side of things quite a bit, if that makes sense. But that wasn't the only thing that proved Wolf was lying, because when we dragged Billy Staton's body out of the water, we found something hidden on his person, a small tape recorder with a tape still inside it. And since restoring that kind of tech was way beyond our capabilities, we sent the tape over to the FBI lab in Washington to see if they could pull anything off of it. The tape was actually moldy at the time, and you'd think that we'd have dried it out and cleaned it off before sending it, but according to the folks over at the lab, drying it out was the worst thing that we could do to it. And we ended up mailing it to them in a little plastic jar of water, and then a couple of weeks later, they mailed us back a fully working copy of the original. And the audio wasn't exactly crystal clear, but it was clear enough to make out individual voices, as well as what they were saying, and what they were saying contradicted Paul Wolf's entire story. Now, right away, we could tell his story had been a bold-faced lie, almost right from the jump. It's possible to hear Mr. Staton asking his daughter to come with him, at which point she began to cry. Now, we figured this lined up with what Wolf had said about Staton being such a poor father that his daughter dreaded being in his company. But as she cried, he wasn't angry or aggressive with her. He merely attempted to calm and console what sounded like a tired and cranky kid. Yet as Mr. Staton tried to calm his daughter, it was Wolf who became aggressive, and then after what sounded like a brief struggle, a series of very deep thumps can be heard. And the next you hear is that Mrs. Wolf, Billy Staton's ex, who began... Oops. How do we stay in contact? We can brainstorm together. Yeah, you can email me, letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com. I have my email linked in the bottom of every video as well. You can send me a message. That'd be awesome. Do you seek out stories yourself? Do you have enough people submitting to keep stories going? Yeah, at this point, it's like 1 million sub people wanting to submit stories, so I just thankfully have like a system going there. But, you know, if you ever have any, once again, let's read submissions@gmail.com. You said you were married a little mouse who did makeup. I thought you meant like a beauty YouTuber. I've been done a while from these. Thought I missed it. Oh no, I'm sorry. I was just joshing around. Something about in the context of saying it sounded funny, and I don't know. You were sober. You got so angry your brain short-circuited, I guess. Interesting. What were you angry about? Viking Metal Dragon with the 2 says, you're in more than this for all the hours I've heard. Hey, no worries, Viking. Thank you so much for the support, my friend. You don't have to give me nothing. I'm just glad you guys are watching. Hitsubasa. I like to josh around. I'm just a josher. A josher, hard R. The next you hear is that Mrs. Wolf, Billy Staton's ex, who begins yelling, "Get him! Hurry up and get him!" Mrs. Wolf then yells, "Hit him again," and then the front door. And that last part was in reference to the fact that Miss Castro was trying to escape. Somebody ran to block the door, and then Miss Castro's life was ended too. Mrs. Wolf then begins yelling, "Get him! Get him out of here!" At which point Mr. Wolf enlisted the help of one... Okay. Mrs. Wolf then begins yelling, "Get him up! Get him out of here!" At which point Mr. Wolf enlisted the help of one Glenn Henderson, who later confessed to his part in disposing of the bodies and was sentenced to life in prison. Sometime later, apparently during the cleanup process, Paul Wolf can be heard saying, "Ah, damn it, Glenn, look at the mess you made." And we later found out that Mr. Henderson had failed to actually wrap one set of remains, and while lifting it up to carry it out of the house, a large amount of blood leaked onto the hallway carpet. And this ended up being a crucial piece of evidence even after the Wolves hired an industrial-grade vacuum cleaner to try and get rid of it, and we ended up putting both Paul Wolf and his wife away for a very long time. Now, during my time in the Rangers, I came to witness a lot of very disturbing crime scenes, but we get there when it's all over and the dust is settled. We occasionally watch pieces of security camera footage, and I understand that these days they come with sound and color, but back then it was all black and white and grainy, and it ran like a silent movie. I realized that I'd seen a lot of dead people, and I've seen quite a number of and I'd seen quite a number receive fatal injuries. I just never heard anyone die before. So the sound of Billy Staton made... Holy fuck. I just never heard anyone die before. So the sound Billy Staton made on the tell-all recording, that groan that he let out as his skull was being caved in, I think it might haunt me for the rest of my natural life. Okay. What's up, Nate? How we doing? Oops. Drinking from a bottle with a flicking lid on it. What the fuck is wrong with me? All of my mods are working. All of your mods are working tonight. Where's Fry? Is Fry here? Oh, there he is. I was gonna beat his ass if he wasn't. What's up, Lexi? How goes it? Did you guys know that drinking water increases your metabolism? What's up, Michael Joe Clark? How we doing? Wait, Michael, you're the stand-up comedian, right? Or is that Chicken Clark? So, I remember there was a Clark that was a bit of a comedian or something. Okay, so that was story... Wait. Statin... Oh. Okay. Retrovirus. Thank you for the 5. So thanks again for the content. I hope more trucker stories come through. Yeah, that video did pretty well. I was surprised. I hope we can get some more and definitely hit it again. Who here is excited? It's almost Valentine's Day. Dude, people get... It's like 1 month. We gotta give it a rest here, guys. This isn't Christmas. As someone who grew up in the Dallas-Fort Worth area, the amount of attention, Goatman's Bridge, the old Alton Bridge, wish it would be left alone. It's covered in graffiti and it's just not the same anymore. Yeah, the poor Goatman. You mean to tell me that most water is vital to the important bodily function? A lot of people don't know that. Like, they think they can just drink Dr. Pepper and it's gonna work, but we really gotta start thinking about our bodies, guys. And not just the tongue. Viking Metal Dragon with the 2 says, one more $2 because you got me through endless nights. Hey, no worries, dude. Thank you so much. Good to see you. I feel like the Valentine's Day is just a cash grab. Why can't we just buy Our Lady's flowers any day? Good freaking point, bro. Honestly, sometimes I wonder if holidays would exist at all if there was no women. Just kidding. Don't let Mick Mouse hear you say that about Valentine's. Dude, she'll beat my ass, bro. With big stick. Then stick it up my ass. Give asshole splinter. What? You not excited for Valentine Day? I sound like Dracula. Blue, blue. Hand me a fridge cigarette. My wedding anniversary is on Valentine's Day. Our niece was also born that same day. It's all about her birthday now. Damn, that's a good point. Of course, it does kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone, having anniversary and Valentine's Day at the same time. You never forget. My name's Charlene, and I'm from Austin here in Texas, and I think I got a story that you might be interested in. It's one I've followed for the past 34 years now, and as of September of last year, it might finally have come to an end. But don't just take it from me. You can come to your own conclusions as I tell you from my own perspective about the yogurt shop murders. So in December of 1991, I was working at a store with a little strip mall in North Austin, and I had to open up the store on a Saturday morning. We were just down the strip from a branch of I Can't Believe It's Yogurt, a place that I used to stop by sometimes whenever the heat got a little too much. Now, mornings were usually nice and quiet, even on a Saturday, but on that morning, I noticed a whole bunch of police standing outside the yogurt shop. I knew not to be nosy, but I couldn't help but ask if everything was all right, as smoky black stains suggested some kind of fire. One officer told me it was fine and that I should just go about my business. Now, he said it in a friendly voice, but a smile didn't quite reach his eyes. The police were still standing outside the yogurt shop when I clocked out and began making my way home. Only that time, there were men in shirts and ties standing with them, talking and taking notes. I caught a ride home with a friend, got to work on making dinner, and then later on while watching the evening news, I got a new report on what had happened at the yogurt shop, and I don't think that I'd ever been so horrified in my entire life. The newsreader described how, just the previous night, a fire had been reported at the yogurt shop. That didn't really come as a surprise, as I'd already seen the scorch marks and the soot. But the newsreader went on to say that after putting the fire out, firefighters were horrified to discover the naked, lifeless bodies of 4 young women. On the shop floor, a 15-year-old just got my gallbladder taken out tonight, and I'm super hyped to close my eyes and try to sleep listening to your live while in my hospital bed, breathing through the pain. Thanks, Joel Bestner. Hey, no worries. Sorry about the gallbladder. I forget what do you have to do. Let me check real quick. What to avoid after gallbladder taken out. After the gallbladder removal, cholecystectomy, your body still digests food, but bile now drips continuously instead of being released in controlled bursts. This changes how you tolerate certain foods and habits, especially early on. Foods to avoid, especially the first 4 to 8 weeks, which is 2 months. These are the number one trigger for pain, diarrhea, and nausea. Fried foods, fast foods, bacon, sausage, pepperoni, heavy cream, butter, cheese, pizza, creamy sauces. Without a gallbladder, your bile isn't released all at once to handle large fat loads. Okay. Large meals, avoid big, heavy portions. Don't save calories for one big meal. Why continuous bile flow struggles with sudden digestion demands. Smaller, more frequent meals. Greasy oils and processed fats, avoid those. Avoid alcohol, at least temporarily, especially beer and liquor. Alcohol stimulates bile, irritates the gut, diarrhea, and cramping. Spicy foods often cause urgency or burning stools early on. Excess caffeine can worsen bile-related diarrhea. Things to be careful with, not banned forever. Dairy, healthy fats, reintroduce slowly. Even good fats can cause issues at first. Olive oil, avocado, nuts, eggs. Habits to avoid: eating late at night, lying down right after meals, ignoring hydration. Dehydration worsens bile, diarrhea. What helps recovery is lean protein, chicken, turkey, fish, oats, rice, bananas, potatoes, soluble fiber, oatmeal, psyllium, help binds with the bile, stay well hydrated. When to call a doctor: persistent diarrhea for greater than 6 to 8 weeks, yellow greasy stools constantly, severe upper right abdominal pain, unexplained weight loss. Some people need bile acid binders like cholecystectomy. Bottom line, you're not broken without a gallbladder, but your digestion works differently now. Most people can eat almost normally again with time, but fat tolerance is the key variable. And yeah, it looks like it wants to eat like smaller meals more frequently, I guess. Well, I guess that will keep you healthy, I suppose, just avoiding all the fast food and stuff. Alright. I don't have a gallbladder. My stomach is very sensitive. Yeah, you gotta be careful. Stuff. On the shop floor, a 15-year-old girl named Sarah Harbison. Anybody know this story? Did this happen near anybody? Harbison. Okay, we got that right. Dr. Joel versus Dr. Phil. Best mustache wins. On the shop floor, a 15-year-old girl named Sarah Harbison lay dead on the tiles. Her body was joined by those of 17-year-old Eliza Thomas and Sarah's 17-year-old sister, Jennifer Harbison. All three had been shot in the head after being stripped and gagged with their own underwear. And then, thanks to the fire that had no doubt been started by their killer, each of the girls had extensive burns all over their bodies. In the back of the store, police found the body of a 13-year-old girl named Amy Ayers. Her burns weren't as bad as the other girls, but she'd been shot, execution style, same as the other girls. And the whole of Austin was shocked to its core by what had happened, and there were all kinds of tributes and vigils and whatnot so people could mourn the girls' passing and console their families. But once all that sadness was gone, Once all the tears had been cried, it was replaced by this sense of anger and fury toward whoever had taken the girls' lives. It was so bad that a couple of days later, when some teenager was found carrying the same kind of gun as was used in the murders, everyone was convinced the cops had found the guilty party. I think 100 years prior, and they'd have broke into the county jail and lynched that poor kid. And I say poor kid because he was innocent of the murders and tried lying his way out of trouble because he was scared to catch a gun charge. But then once the police rolled him out as a suspect, there was this shared sense of frustration, like it was back to the drawing board, as it were. And we all hoped a new suspect would be found, and soon, but we had to wait years for any developments to this investigation, and when they arrived, it made no sense at all. When a new detective took over the case, he decided that the most likely suspects were actually the poor teenager I mentioned, along with 3 of his friends. You see, when they were first picked up, ran out of cereal this morning, so I tried a cupful of grasshopper powder today. Delicious, if you ask me. Absolutely, I was straight up soy facing over amazing, delicious grasshopper. So nutritious, so crunchy. You see, when they were first picked up, the cops were so convinced of their innocence that no record was made of what was said during their interviews. But that meant that this new lead detective wanted to interview them all over again. And the entirety of Austin was confused as hell because if these kids, who were by then in their 20s, had already been cleared, then why the heck were they being interviewed all over again? Now, we thought that it was some big waste of time and that the real killer was still out there. So imagine our shock when the 2 of the boys, Rob Springsteen and Mike Scott. What's up, Cool Hand Loca? How we doing? Crickets with a crunch as a snack? Yes, please. It's really good, especially if you're a fucking lizard. Like me. Watching from Toronto, Canada. Hello. How long ago was the stream started? We started 1 hour and 47 minutes ago. I feel like we're kind of blazing through these stories, but I guess we're only halfway through this one. A cereal bath. Actually, that is a good question. If you were in a bathtub and someone like filled it with cereal and milk, would you eat it? I feel like I could try it. Like, I imagine my stink of the day wouldn't reach the milk that fast, but it also might not be a great idea. With a big spoon, yeah. If the spoon is big enough, I'll do it. So imagine our shock when 2 of the boys, Rob Springsteen, Springteen? It says Springteen. Do you think it's Springsteen? I feel like it would be Springsteen. President Charleston, West Virginia, where his Billy's videotaped and confessed to assaulting of Scott was interviewed when I remember seeing Pierce with one of the girls' separate yogurt shop. Okay, Springsteen, yeah. I just want to make sure we got that right. Only if it's Cinnamon the Last Crunch. The sequel. I have a 9-person bathtub, so we'll have to rotate, but we'll make it work, everyone. Oh, you have a 9-person bathtub? What the fuck is that? Is that like a Russian bathhouse filled with milk? Is the moon a hollow alien base? I think so. It's strange, though. If you can astral project, I believe you can get there and look at it if you want and talk to the beings. But remember, if you astral project, the beings can trap you for pretty much till your physical body rots and dies. Actually, I don't even know if your soul can escape at that point, because you have nowhere to return to, so you're just kind of stuck in the ethereal plane. So imagine our shock when two of the boys, Rob Springsteen and Mike Scott, confessed to the murders during the second round of interviews. They went to trial and were convicted of capital murder, and both ended up receiving life in prison. We thought that was the end to the story, that those poor girls' killers had been found and that they were where they belonged. But then in 2008, we got another shocker when the Court of Appeals overturned both boys' convictions on account of improper procedure. It was a shocker, all right, but we still felt trapped in that same terrible spiral, if that makes sense, because the state announced that they were seeking a retrial. And I felt like tearing my damned hair out when I heard the news, but then came the... What if the moon is just an umbrella hiding everything? Umbrella, Ella, A, under my own umbrella, Ella. You know how like there was those Tesla rockets where they test it and like people have seen the rockets going off, but then once they reach like a certain atmosphere, it creates like a blue spiral effect in the sky. Have you guys seen that? Some people were saying that's where it's like breaking through the firmament. Oh my god, the firmament. It's actually kind of insane, like sometimes on Instagram, like the comments that people leave, it's always like such a unified form of everybody. Like every person in the comments is just like, it's the firmament. It's the firmament. It's the fucking firmament. Every nation of all time has talked about the firmament and a layer of water existing over the earth preventing us from going out into space. Like, I actually did not expect like that many people to really be that stoked about flat earth shit. Now, I guess the firmament doesn't necessarily imply a flat earth, but what the fuck are they talking about? The firmament? Maybe. Who knows? I guess I don't know shit, do I? Foodie Beauty doesn't have a gallbladder and eats loads of fast food every day. She lost her YouTube channel recently for promoting an eating disorder. Which one? She promoted it? What'd she say? Well, that kind of makes me curious. Like, doesn't have a gallbladder, eats loads of fast food, but then has an eating disorder? What is that? I can only assume it's the B word. Banorexia. 200 grams of steamed sweet potato contains 375% of your daily vitamin A. There you go. You just piss it out. Dude, that would suck to lose your channel over some bullshit. Just like no way to... I got like an email from... it doesn't matter. I felt like tearing my damned hair out when I heard the news, but then came the DNA announcement. Because after all the analysis of all the samples, there was no evidence whatsoever that any of the four boys had anything to do with the yogurt shop murders. And after that, it was that same back to square one feeling, but it was much less hopeful. Almost 20 years had come and gone. The trails had no doubt gone cold, and many of my friends and neighbors were resigned to the fact that the killer would never be caught. And maybe about a year later, one of the original suspects ended up getting shot to death by police after a traffic stop went horribly wrong. Maurice Pierce, who didn't go to trial and wasn't sent to prison, ended up stabbing a police officer in the neck during a traffic stop. Another shocker, only a really nasty one that time. The officer almost died, and it got us all wondering if there had been some kind of mistake. Are you guys still alive? Miss Take. Hello, Mrs. Take. Hello, Mrs. Steak. Is that you? Misty headache. Another shocker, only a really nasty one that time. The officer almost died, and it got us all wondering if there had been some kind of mistake with the DNA testing. I mean, the guy tried to murder a cop by stabbing him in the neck, so even if he wasn't proven guilty, he sure as hell didn't seem innocent, you know? Now, we had to wait another 11 years for another development, by which time we'd next to given up on the yogurt shop killer ever being caught. And it made me sick to think that he was out there, walking free after doing such a terrible, evil thing. But then, in December of 2021, we got one heck of an early Christmas present when the yogurt shop case was once again reopened. Advanced DNA techniques were going to be used, meaning that even though so much time had passed, we were closer than ever on finding out who did it. Because as I might have said, the cops had a DNA sample from someone they believed was the killer, and it was simply... Christine Jones, welcome to the Buttersalt Cult. You now have access to bonus content. Thank you so much. Innocent are guilty until you're hung. If you are innocent but you've been stoned to death, you may be entitled to compensation. Advanced DNA techniques were going to be used, meaning that even though so much time had passed, we were closer than ever to finding out who did it. Because as I might have said, the cops had a DNA sample from someone they believed was the killer, and it was simply a case of finding a match. Now, even more resources were dedicated to the case in 2022 and 2023, which had us all praying that the murders would be solved once and for all. And then finally, in September of last year, so 2025, Austin police announced that they'd solved the case. After running DNA samples alongside the one from the yogurt shop, they realized that it was a near-perfect match for a man named Robert Brashers. Brashers was a serial killer who had previously been linked to the yogurt shop murders by DNA, and as early as 2018, if memory serves. Oh, that was part of the end. Sometimes I can't tell if it's going to be the end of the sentence or a continuation or what the fuck. Okay. We cringe onward. Brashers was a serial killer who had been previously linked to the yogurt shop murders by DNA, and as early as 2018 if memory serves. But without the proper technology, police couldn't put it beyond reasonable doubt until just months ago. It was nice to finally know who was responsible, but it hurt knowing justice would never be truly served, as Brashers took his own life during a shootout with police in 1999. After getting the DNA results, police managed to get a hold of the gun that he used during that shootout. They test-fired it and then compared the bullet casing to one found at the yogurt shop crime scene, and it was an exact match. The news marked the end of a long, painful, and frightening story in the history of this town, one we could finally put to bed. But for some of us, who've been forever affected by what happened to those poor teenage girls, it's not over. And I recently read that under Texas law, if someone is imprisoned and later the conviction not only gets overturned, but the person is also declared innocent, they get up to $80,000 for each year they were wrongfully imprisoned. The article I read had a quote from lawyers of Robert Springsteen and Michael Scott. Oh my god, the guy's name is Michael Scott. Holy shit. G. Wills, thank you for the 2. You're from Australia. Okay, so you came to America. Wow. What an organization to get a surrogate baby. An Olympian from America. Huh. That's interesting. When is the next video about Iowa? Hopefully soon. Maybe it'll be the next video, literally. The article I read had a quote from lawyers of Robert Springsteen and Michael Scott. They said that they were hopeful that they'd receive the proper amount in restitution. But for me, it's that hope. It's that hope. But for me, it's that hope. That's all we can ever really hope for. Doesn't that sound kind of weird? But for me, it's that hope. But for me, it's that hope. That's all we can really... That sounds so strange. I feel like there's got to be a better way to say that. Agent Michael Scarn. Threat level midnight. But for me, it's hope. It's really just about... I don't know. This sounds so fucking strange. Is there a puke green heart emoji? There should be in there somewhere. But for me, it's that hope, the only thing we're ever really allowed. But for me, it's that hope. That's all we... It's that hope. That's all we ever really hold on to. We'll do that one. That seems like it makes more sense. I don't know, the redundancy of that, and it just doesn't grammatically sound right, so I'm just going to pull that back real quick since it's the last sentence. But for me, it's that hope. That's all we really ever hold on to. No. But for me, it's that hope. That's all we can ever really hold on to. What's up, hi, how do we say it? Hi, Sam Rahman. How's it going? I wish YouTube would bring back those old usernames, bro. It's so fucking hard to read people's names. Joe, would it be too much to ask that you do these lives every weekday and every weekend day? Just every day, forever. I mean, I could, but I don't know if I would have any stories, and I wouldn't be able to release videos all the time. Joel, would you sell my asbestos stuffed animals as merch? We could give it a try. That's probably what stuffed animals are already filled with. I feel like, what substance do you guys think is going to be that shit that you see on those, like, late-night lawyer compensation class action lawsuits commercials in the future? Because we already know Ozempic's going to be on there, right? You know what I mean? Were you or a loved one affected by the use of Ozempic? Have you lost your eyesight or 50% of your bone density in addition to your lean muscle mass? You might be entitled to a big fucking dick in the butt. But Impossible Meat? Bro, that's actually a good... I feel like that's legit. Microplastic. Microplastic would be a hard one to prove. I mean, we kind of know that that's bad. And it's in all of our testicles and ovaries. Morgan and Morgan. Morgan and Morgan and Morgan and Morgan and Morgan and Morgan and Morgan. Do you think they're siblings? Or are they married? Or did they just literally get born as Morgan and Morgan first names? Or is his first name Morgan, middle name and last name Morgan? Starlink equals 600% increase in aluminum oxide. Really? In the like atmosphere and stuff? Married and siblings. That makes more sense, honestly. Dexter Morgan. Morgan Whalen. Morgan, I be whalin'. I be whaling my shit. Okay, let's change this font a tad. I should have started with this story because it's long as shit. It's going to be the next leaded gas fumes. Yeah. Do you think there's any possible way that they could control how a mass population of people feel or think as like one unified hive mind? Like if you wanted to unify everyone's thoughts and feelings all in one go, how would you go about doing it? Would you just emanate frequencies through the phone? Would you... So you think social media, sonic weapons, Texas? Texas itself is a weapon. Flibberty songs, the quantum marmalade while paradoxical turnips waltz through a velvet algorithm of maybe. That's some straight up Flaming Lips titles. Plurbius. Wait, what's Plurbius? It's called the internet. Yeah, but I mean, like, it has to be like the internet. It has to be an internet, but like you can't get away from it. You know what I'm saying? It has to be the Internet of Things. Like everything around you has to be internet, and it's just impossible for you to escape. What happens in the show Plurbius? I haven't seen it yet. Notice all the homeless druggies all act the same. That's true. Soon you'll be tilted sideways. You won't even be on fentanyl. What's my favorite kaiju? Oh, probably the big marshmallow Michelin Man. Do I think there'd be World War III? Yeah, probably. Something. Actually, I almost choked on a piece of chocolate fudge as I was walking around at the Stampede. It was a missed opportunity for my tombstone to say death by chocolate. That would be good. I'm an Albaline, but have lived over Texas. Almost got taken twice by cartel baddies and Big Spring and Tar. What, twice? Twice and you still live there, bro? That's crazy. You thought my voice was AI. I'm glad it's not. Is there somewhere that I can like put in the video? Maybe I need to put it at the top of the video. Human voiced. Like just an overlay that says human voiced. Keep seeping and slaying. I'm seeping right now. I'm slaying my shit. They've already got the majority of the world feeling fear. Fear makes people easier to control, in my opinion. That's true. You just need like one chaotic event. It is with great jubilation that I would like to announce that World War III begins right now. Ready, set, go. I clicked the box and chose all the cars. I'm not a robot. Put Sora overlay there, prove you're not AI. Yeah, I have to use AI video to prove it. Oh wait, your brother thought I was AI too, and then you showed him my live. Huh? Yeah, I guess it's just my dictation. It's just very robotic per snaps. Voice is the best on the web for sure. Love from Egan and Dustin in Michigan. Thank you guys. All right, here we go. This is a long one. It's the last one, but it's also a long one. I was raised in West Texas trailer park by a single mom, and the rest is summed up by a couple of lines from a Merle Haggard song. I don't know if that's how you say it. How do we know you're real? It's giving Mick Bot. That was created in the Mick Lab. I am a sentient Big Mac. Merle Haggard. It's me, ladies and gentlemen, Merle Haggard. Neuralink is a brain chip. Neuralink is a brain chip that Elon Musk invented to help like paralysis and other functions of the body, but I don't trust it. Yeah, I guess that would probably be the easiest one if you have like a direct access. I'm just wondering if there's a way to like, say people don't want to input a chip or any sort of nanotechnology into their body, Like, how would you access those people? Do you just kill them and put them in a camp? I'm just trying to figure out how to take over. Like, easier. Hey, Sonomi, what's up? Sonomi, I always feel like you get here just in time for the end, so you still get attendance. Merle Haggard. What's up, little bean? I was raised in West Texas, a trailer park by a single mom, and the rest is summed up by a couple of lines from a Merle Haggard song. Dear old daddy, rest his soul, left my mom a heavy load. She tried so very hard to fill his shoes, working hours without rest, wanted me to have the best. She tried to raise me right, but I refused. People said my daddy was wild, and I guess I sprung from that same bad seed. But while my buddies were picking poisons like dope or booze or women, I got hooked on something altogether different. Adrenaline. I was a junkie for it ever since I stood up to my middle school bully. He beat 7 shades of crap out of me, but I landed the sweetest right hook right on his fat face before he did, and afterwards, I felt so good I could have strut sitting down. It didn't bother me anymore after that, and I didn't see him. I knew an old bloke who worked for the MI5. He said that there are underground complexes built like cities with all the amenities for the elite. That's crazy. Yeah. That's what I mean. I've heard, like, I don't know, people, I saw some short pop up where they were saying in August, I think it's August 12th of this year, there's going to be some gravitational waves that hit Earth that remove the gravity of Earth for like 7 seconds. And it's going to cause like a mass casualty event with like 40 million deaths or something like that. Because it's going to like lift everyone up for like 7 seconds and then, slam back down. And that if you're not like strapped down, you could, potentially die. But that was, I don't know what the fuck. That was like some sort of like NASA project where they put like $100 billion. Most of it probably just got funneled to Israel anyways. So what if you're inside a house? You're good. Who knows, dude? What you need to be is inside a trampoline house. Go to one of those big trampoline parks and just hang out by the foam pit. That's why I dive down cliffs head first with a helmet on, of course. Adrenaline, baby. Exactly. Yeah, just put me in the padded room. The monster on the screen looks like he got beat down from Prime Goku. He does look like a Goku challenger, honestly. This isn't even his final form. Something about 2 black holes. Yeah, it was like, I don't know, it was like 2 gravitational waves from the black holes are like going to be like colliding near Earth and creating a brief period of like gravitational flux that will screw up the gravity on Earth for like just 7 seconds, but enough to like lift everyone up like, what the fuck? And then like, drop them down real quick when everything returns to normal. But that could also be like just a cover for like the magnetic pole shifting, because I heard that was also a potential chaotic event that could occur on Earth where like the magnetic poles shift, and even if it only shifts ever so slightly, it's basically like the poles shift, but then the oceans are kind of like loose on the top, so they kind of like rotate, sloshing the water around, creating giant tidal waves and all sorts of crazy shit. Last year they said the 2 holes have already crashed. No? Oh, well, maybe they already did it. Maybe we missed it. Maybe I was in the trampoline house and I just didn't realize. I finally was able to dunk, and it had nothing to do with my athletic ability. I guess this doesn't work like that. Gravitational waves, I guess, aren't strong enough to disrupt strong gravity poles. Oh, okay. Well, maybe it's all bullshit. It was fun to think about, right? Wouldn't that make a good short story, though? If you guys like to write, you could steal that. Man, if gravity lifts when I'm in my bubble bath, I'm gonna be pissed. Kind of aroused. Is that weird? No. Your dad just farted. If your dad ever farts, you're going to want to make sure that you catch it in the jar and save it for... And it has to be... My dad farted! And it's going to have to be one of the jars where your anime figurines are inside of as well. We're basically creating a small biome inside of this containment chamber. He didn't bother me anymore after that, and I didn't see enough high school for anyone else to make the same mistake. But when I heard my little cousin was being hassled at high school, I just about jumped at the chance to trim some tail feathers, so to speak. And that, ladies and gents, germs. And that, ladies and germs, was the first time I robbed anybody. My freshman cousin had a toy cap gun shaped like a pearl handle revolver, and it was his pride and joy, but I guess it was his own damn fault for taking a toy into high school because he got it snatched off of him almost right away. He kept his trap shut about it for weeks, so by the time I found out, there was no getting the cap gun back. But when I found the bully, I made sure that... But when I found the bully, I made him empty his pockets. I took his sneakers, and I even took the shirt off his damn back. And that was an even bigger rush than socking my bully in his fat, pudgy face. And I guess that was my career decider right there. The way other kids see a Marine in his dress blues or a roughneck manhandling... The fuck? The way other kids see a Marine in his dress blues or a roughneck manhandling his rig and think, damn, that's what I want to be when I grow up. I robbed that kid and I thought, hell, I could get used to this. And I started off in earnest when I was 16, stealing cars and robbing houses so I wouldn't have to get a real job. And then by the time I started hanging out in bars and meeting the right people, I got involved in much more organized sorts of crime. I started robbing trucks with a guy who called himself TJ because all we had to do was wait to see which truckers picked up a lot lizard and then raid their cargo when the cab was shaking. And that made us some good money for a while, but as we got older and started racking up bills, we needed to graduate to something a little more rewarding. We started robbing gas stations, bars, and pawn shops, anything that would net us a clean 4 or 5 figures if we hit the safe on deposit day. And then as we started hitting bigger and bigger places, we brought on a guy called Jody for crowd control. Now this was my crew for about 3 years, and we'd hit a place maybe once every couple of months if conditions were just right. But then for this one job of robbing a small credit union, Jody wasn't available, and after shopping around, TJ said that he'd found a replacement in the form of a guy named Vincent. Now before we did anything with Vincent, I wanted a face-to-face, and so we met for steak and some potatoes over at this little place called... Jar Jar Stanks.
Jar Jar. It's me, Jar Jar. I'll help you rob places. I need no others.
The best storyteller. Thanks, bro. Texas is great. The government of Texas sucks ass through a bendy straw, but the state itself is very good. That's good. If you actually jar a fart, do you think it lasts or the stench would vanish gradually? I think it would last, honestly. Have you ever played Roblox? Not willingly. Like, whenever I would go over to my buddy's house, his kids would make me play Roblox. And it was kind of fun, but I mean, at the same time, it's not something that I would, like, actively really want to play on my own. I mean, I think it's, like, if I was a little kid, I'd be playing that shit all the time, because it's kind of like perfect ADHD style bullshit, where it's just like, one minigame, then a new minigame, then a blah, 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 blah. Joel's favorite word is honestly. That's true. I honestly say it too much. Still waiting on you to play TF2. Dude, I don't even know, bro. I don't know if I'll ever play it. Maybe. I guess I did play Overwatch, so maybe TF2 is like the original. Yo, Dark Somnium, what's up, dude? What are you doing? What are you doing, step bro? It's so fun. You should make a live stream playing Roblox. I don't even know what I would play. They made me play 99 Nights in the Forest, and it was, you know, kind of like my job was just to sit there and cut down fucking trees. And then whenever they told me to, like, run to the home base, I would make a break for it. Have I played the Silent Hill 2 remake yet? No, I haven't. At the beginning of the stream, I was talking about how I played that game Big Hops, which is like Mario, but it's like an indie game where you're a frog, but it basically plays a lot like Mario. But it has some interesting mechanics where it's a little bit more physics-based than Mario in the sense that you can climb up walls, various other physics things. You can like wall run and that kind of stuff. You have like grip, you know, kind of like Shadow of the Colossus. I don't know, it's pretty fun. I'm just chilling, getting ready to put out a new video, but my head has been killing me all night. Why? What's going on, bro? We gotta figure this out. Are you thirsty? If you're an adult who plays Roblox, I only have one thing to say to you. You're an adult. Do whatever you want. That's true. I don't need a jar. I have an endless supply. Yeah, I guess you can just sniff your own ass if you want. You think it's bad to use my blindness to get people to buy me a computer? I mean, do you have a job? If you have a job and you're able to, like, you know, do your own thing and make money, it might be kind of irresponsible to, like, ask other people to... I mean, you know what I mean? Because, like, asking someone to buy you really anything, but just saying I'm blind at the end or whatever, I have a disability, wouldn't really make much sense in the sense of, like, creating a sense of independence, which I feel like if I was blind, I would, like, almost have a prideful sense of trying to be as independent as possible because, you know, you don't want to create that reliance or whatever. No, if I did, I wouldn't ask about it. Oh, right. Well, I mean, if people want to buy you a computer, I mean, and they usually, I mean, if they usually buy you stuff, right? Is it going to be one that, like, how does that work? Is it a computer that has all the accessibility to, like, blind people? I've been trying to get one, but people from Belize suck. Oh, okay. What kind of computer? I mean, I'm sure you could get, like, a really simplistic, you know, like Google, you know what I mean? Like a laptop that's like $100 and all that really has access to is like the internet or some shit and typing up like Google Docs or something. There's gotta be something. It's just a normal computer. I have one, but I want one to run GTA 5. Wait. If you're blind, like how blind are you? Would you be able to see what's going on with GTA and stuff? Now, if you called whoever you asked to buy the computer daddy after, you could be a sugar baby. That's true. I guess that is technically an occupation there. Is an esophagus necessary? Misty, what are you talking about? Don't question one's blindness. What do you mean? We're trying to, like, figure out the extent of, you know, capabilities here. Like, if I mean, I guess you could honestly, like, if you just were listening to the sounds, you could probably just listen to like somebody do a full no commentary let's play of Grand Theft Auto 5 and just kind of like take it in. Should you get leg lengthening surgery? I don't think so. I saw this one bodybuilder get it. He went from like 6 foot to like 6'5", and he like legitimately cannot move at all. You're as blind as a bat. But how are you going to play Grand Theft Auto 5? What do you want to do on it? Like, just run into people and listen to this? You know what? I'm not going to tell you what to do. You can do whatever you want to do, dude. But Markiplier's probably got a good playthrough. Have you ever seen a bird poop? Yeah, I've seen it fall out of the sky a few times. Usually have my tongue open, ready to go. I have a tooth abscess in my face, like entire sinus occluded. It hurts even after surgery. Yeah, tooth pain, like jaw pain, some of the worst pain apparently. Why is that a thing these days? I'm happy with my height. I don't know. People like way too upset. Like like this idea, like leg lengthening. Like you're not going to be the same. Like your muscle insertions, you're going to be just like so fucked up. And it's going to be a really, really hard recovery, and I don't even know. I feel like sometimes you can have, like, your body doesn't take to it, or you get a blood clot, or, you know, it's just terrible. Someone was granted access to play GTA 6 because he was given 6 to 12, I think, to live. It's coming, folks. Really? That was his make-a-wish, was to play Grand Theft Auto 6? Well, in that case, I fucking have terminal cancer, guys. I gotta... What the hell? Sounds like Joel hates blind people. No, I love blind people. They're my best friends. I'm just looking out for him. I didn't want him to... I was just joking about the whole thing. I would never use this to get people to buy me something for me. Oh, okay. Well... Guess we're coming to your place to beat you up now. Now you're gonna be blind and in a wheelchair. No, I'm just kidding. Some of his best friends are blind. Yeah, Pradeep sometimes doesn't see where he's going when he runs out of the room. Can I please read? Yeah, we're gonna do that right now. Before we did anything with Vincent, I wanted a face-to-face. And so we met for some steak and potatoes over at this little place outside of Odessa. And TJ said that he was a big guy, pretty sharp too, meaning that he'd be the perfect replacement for Jody while he was out of state. And then when he walked through the door of that steak place, I couldn't have agreed more. The guy was terrifying, not just because of how big he was, and he had to be scraping at least 7 feet with his boots on, but because of the way he carried himself, like he was meaner than a skillet full of rattlesnakes. And I'm not easy to frighten, but having Vincent sitting across from me with this... Joel burnt down an entire forest for fun. It's because that's where the gnomes live. And I've had enough of their shit. Having cancer is a moral failing. That's true. I mean, it's not fair. They get to play early. Early access. Oh, wow. Early access. Oh, it costs literally your life. What the fuck? We all got one of those. Here you go. That is crazy. You just get cancer. What the fuck is cancer? Like, you just get it and you die? Can't just, like, is there any cure? Does anybody know if there's a cure? Didn't you make a video of a blind person once, like a very long time ago? Did I make a story about blind people? I don't know. I don't remember reading a story from a blind person. Maybe. It was a Braille story. It was just on screen and said, please feel your screen. Can you imagine going ahead with leg lengthening surgery, then having to get your legs amputated because it got infected? Holy moly, that would be insane. Yeah, it's like, what do you say to that person? Because, like, what the fuck are they doing in the first place? It's the same with, like, how plastic surgery makes, like, some women look like a bloated corpse a little bit, you know what I mean? It's kind of just like, I genuinely think when it comes to certain plastic surgeries, we need to start investigating the doctors. Because what the fuck are they promising people? Hey guys, you can be something you're completely not. All we have to do is inject these chemicals and saw your legs off and take this little piece and that little piece. Like, what the fuck are you... Why is... Like, who... Like, I get it. The FDA sometimes lets a few things slide, but, like, there's nobody in charge at the top? You know, where's Dr. Seuss to, like, give his final say on this shit? Like, hey, guys, I genuinely think our bones stop growing for a reason. Maybe we shouldn't, like, scrape them down and extend them like fucking Stretch Armstrong. Blind girl who her life was a lie or something like that. Her life was a lie? I don't recall that, honestly. I know I've had a lot of blind listeners, which I always appreciate. They say they listen to it, and, you know, it's definitely a good medium for blind entertainment, I feel like, because you can just listen and chill. Side effects may include, but not limited to, anal fissures, rectal bleeding, sciatica, and in some extreme cases, turning gay. The guy who thought, let's make a Yeah. I mean, well, right, yeah. It's like, where did it... wasn't me. It wasn't my fucking idea. Didn't come to me in a dream. I got early access to GTA 8. Why the hell is there a girl in front of me in the game? Oh, no. They got rid of the prostitutes. We are screwed, dude. GTA's woke. You can't even get your money back. Why did I invent plastic surgery? Did you guys know that they did surgery on a grape? That's my specialty. They literally break the bones and get the gap to heal. How many times do they have to break it? Do you have to keep coming back and they just take a... That's honestly sounds like just an excuse for some serial killer, some sadistic bastard to like hit you with a fucking hammer. I'm not easy to frighten, but having Vincent sitting across from me with his long, wild-looking beard, it had me feeling like a fly in a glue pot. What? www. Why are we spamming W? A glue pot. What the fuck is that? I'm just gonna say glue. A glue... Maybe a glue trap. We'll say a rat and a glue... I'm gonna say Dobby. I'm just gonna say Dobby and a glue trap. I feel like Dobby and a glue trap.
Master Potter, I'm stuck in a glue trap.
It's crazy when people go to other countries or cheap plastic surgery procedures and sometimes end up dead or badly botched. Yeah. You go to fucking Turkey to get hair transplants and you come back with two peni. I'm not easy to frighten, but having Vincent sitting across from me with his long and wild-looking beard, it had me feeling like Dobby in a glue trap. He had this way of looking at you that felt like he was peeking right into your head, just sort of quietly figuring you out. And Vincent said that he had some military experience, just not with the US military, and that he had connections in the Aryan nations after doing a little time over in New Mexico. He didn't have a problem working in a crew, and he didn't mind doing things our way if we organized the job right. The only thing that struck me as sketchy was when he said that he couldn't talk about the time that he served in that other country's military. The kind of setup... Dude, I don't know what the fuck. Maybe 13.5 font. 13.5 is not unlucky, is it? Vincent said he had some military experience, just not with the US military, and that he had connections in the Aryan nations after doing a little time over in New Mexico. He didn't have a problem working in a crew, and he didn't mind doing things our way if we organized the job right. And the only thing that struck me as sketchy was when he said that he couldn't talk about the time that he served in that other country's military. And that kind of set off my bullcrap detector, but if all we needed him to do was stand there and look mean, then he'd be fine as... then he'd be just fine. You know what? I forgot about the whole formatting to 1.5. Thank you for the reminder, ladies and genitals. The Bears lost. I'm so sad right now. Yeah, so what's the playoff picture look like? NFL playoff picture. Okay, so we got... Oh my fucking god, you can't look at any website without them harvesting your data. Jesus Christ. Okay, so we have Denver versus New England Patriots in the AFC Conference Championship. And then we have the Seattle Seahawks versus the Los Angeles Rams in the NFC Conference Championship. Who do you guys think is going to play each other in the Super Bowl? I am going to guess the New England Patriots because Denver lost their starting quarterback, Bo Nix or whatever, to some sort of ankle injury. And then the Seahawks, let's see, Los Angeles Rams, Seahawks. Ooh, that's tough, honestly. That's going to be up in the air. I kind of feel like the Seahawks are going. So it's going to be some of the most boring, muted colors ever in the Super Bowl, and that's okay. New England versus Seahawks Super Bowl. Who comes out in the end? Me thinks the Seahawks, which is fucking crazy, honestly. Didn't the Seahawks win it in 2013? So it's 13 years later, which is a Freemasonic symbol. Time repeats itself. Yeah, it's the Seahawks, guys. You heard it here first, folks. You heard it here first. 13 years. 30. It's going to be 33-3. Or no, 30. Yeah, it's going to be 33. I don't fucking know. You get it. You get the idea. But it's so wild that the Patriots have made this like comeback. It's, I don't know, it's crazy. Patriots Sea Chickens and the Rams will win in a 3-way tie. That'd be cool. It's wild. I don't know, just all the, like, you know, quarterback of the Patriots, quarterback of Denver, fucking Sam Darnold on the Seahawks, and, you know, Matthew Stafford still kicking out. You know, it's just crazy. Year of the quarterback. I guess it's always year of the quarterback, really, right? Okay. Anyways. Where the fuck am I? Face to face. We ended up hitting this little... Okay. That kind of set off my bullcrap detector, but if all we needed him to do was stand there and look mean, then he'd be just fine. We ended up hitting this little credit union about a week later, and unlike a lot of the bigger unions or bank chains, the manager proved a tough nut to crack. A teller in a big bank chain is just there to collect a paycheck, but a small-town credit union manager, that's his whole life that you're stamping on. He knows his customers, they're his neighbors, and he likes them too. But what he doesn't like is no-account robbers like us thinking that we can have something for nothing. A small-town credit union manager might think twice, maybe even 3 times before handing over the keys or codes, and in a profession like mine, seconds meant safety. And the more you racked up during that crucial part of a job, the more danger of getting busted there was. And the one of the job that I'm talking about was no different. It was my job to get him to hand over the keys while TJ and Vincent watched the door and worked crowd control. And right away, just from the look in the manager's eyes, I knew that he wasn't going to play ball. I ended up bashing him over the head with my pistol a few times just to show that I was serious. I can't say that I'm altogether proud of that, but like I said, seconds mean safety. He took one hit, and then another, and he still didn't break. I was getting worried that he might not break at all until Vincent pointed at one of the 2 tellers working at the place and asked if she was the man's daughter. Now, our manager was a lily white Texan, while the teller looked like Lily White. Lilith. You have a lot of people submitting stories to your email. How do I know that you actually see mine? I'm down to brainstorm and see if it works out. I'm not sure if you'll see the stories I submit. Is there like an email that I'm looking for? You know what was kind of crazy? I was looking and you remember how like Ninja, the guy who was like huge on Fortnite and all that kind of stuff, streamer, Ninja was like massive, and at one point he got a deal with Mixer, which was Microsoft's like streaming service they tried to do that failed, and it was his deal that he got to like stream over there was $30 million. $30 million. And then I don't know, I just thought it was really strange. Like Ninja, you know, since then he got paid out $30 million, which is amazing for not really having to stick with his contract. Pretty cool. He got all that paid. But then his channel now, when I looked at his YouTube channel, like makes less views than my YouTube channel. I just thought that was really strange to consider that. Like, I just don't understand how people can, I mean, granted, I guess like the Fortnite community is, maybe it was like a younger kid audience who have grown up, but it still seems like Fortnite's popular, but I guess he plays everything. 40, 30 million for that blue-haired dude. Yeah, I mean, at the time, he was one of the biggest dudes on Twitch. I don't know how he fell off so much or what happened, or like, I don't really understand if he was still making YouTube content, why did his YouTube channel sort of fall off? Like, what algorithmically occurred? My email is my real name and it's private. Is there any other way? I mean, I'm sure I'll see it. We can keep an eye on it. You can like just title it. You can just tell me what your subject title is going to be and I can keep an eye out for that, or keyword search for it or whatever. Do Mon Bleu. Now the manager was a lily white Texan, while the teller looked like her parents came from Mexico or maybe further south. So when Vincent first suggested that she was the manager's daughter, I thought to myself, what are you smoking? But when I turned back to the manager, he had this look of pure terror in his eyes. Vincent smiled, jumped over the counter, and then started tearing at the buttons on the girl's blouse, saying that he was going to do all this obscene stuff to her right in front of her dad. The manager just about lost his mind and promised to hand over the keys if Vincent promised not to touch her. And that was all it took, and we were out of there with a whole bunch of cash just a few minutes later. I later asked Vincent if he was serious, if he really would have done all those things that he talked about to make the manager hand over the keys. Now he just smiled that big wolfish smile of his and said, "Whatever it takes to get the job done, brother. Whatever it takes." Now I had no doubt in my mind that he meant what he said, and I don't think I've ever met anyone who was so obviously a dyed-in-the-wool psycho. But little did I know, I hadn't seen nothing yet. The next job we did with Vincent, we hit up a little savings bank just outside of San Antonio. One of the Mexican supervisors, who we needed to open up the safety deposit boxes, had some kind of meltdown and forgot all of her English. Maybe she did it on purpose to slow us down, or maybe it was genuine, who knows. But what I do know is that out of nowhere, Vincent steps up and starts straight up speaking fluent Spanish to her. Now he's not just talking Spanish either, he's talking to this chick like he's her damned uncle or something, trying to almost soothe and relax her. And you know something? It worked. She freezes up, stops screeching like a whistle, and then just looks at him as he gives his little speech. And then when he's done, she hands over the keys to the boxes, and once again, we're making our getaway in minutes flat. Now we all wanted to know what he said to that lady, but Vincent calmly explained that all he did was tell her what would happen, and if she didn't hand over those keys, Dude, Arc Raiders sucks ass, man. You ever play that dog shit game? Like, if there's ever a game where you just want to feel like you're living paycheck to paycheck but in a video game, go play Arc Raiders. It's the most painful, like, no progress experience you can ever have in your entire life. We all wanted to know what he said to that lady, but Vincent calmly explained that all he did was tell her what would happen if she didn't hand over the keys. God damn it. Hey, what's up, Hawk? We all wanted to know what he said to that lady, but Vincent calmly explained that all he did was tell her what would happen if she didn't hand over those keys. That San Antonio bank job was the last we saw of Vincent for a little while. He said he had some business out of state, but that he was working on something in the meantime, and he'd let us know if he could use our help. Now, we said we appreciated him keeping us in mind, but to be honest, we were more than happy to go our separate ways. Vincent got the job done all right, but at the same time, he felt like a liability, like it was only going to be a matter of time before he did something terrible. Like what he said he was fixing to do to that guy's daughter right there in front of him. And maybe 9 months later, TJ gets a call from Vincent about the job that he said he was casing. Have you played Hard Space? You know what I did try to play was, and I've somehow never played ever before, was Geometry Dash, Geodash, where you have to like tap to like jump over the things. Dude, talk about the like most annoyingly pointlessly hard game right out the gate. I couldn't even make it past the second like level, and I felt like I was getting a headache as I was playing. Literally can't sleep without the sound of Joe's voice. I think I'm a codependent at this point. Good. Addiction is sometimes not so bad, right? But yeah, I never played Hard Space. Is that like Dead Space? But everybody's got a boner. A game that makes you ask, why am I here? Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying. With like Arc Raiders, like I look at the streamers and they all have like endless, their stash is just filled with the best weapons, the best shit, the best whatever. And most of the time they're just like straight up, get donated the, shit that they get from raids and all that kind of stuff, which is great. They're the best at it, so they should get the most stuff, whatever. But I swear to fucking God, as soon as I get some like decent weapons and I make it like 4 raids in while like surviving shit, I just never make any forward progress. It's like 1 step forward and then 3 steps backwards. It's just, that's how it feels to play Arc Raiders, and I just like never, you literally can't play that game casually at all. Ever been recognized through my voice in real life? I have not, no. What the heck is this Twitch? Twitch is just like where a bunch of people stream video games and other stuff, and you watch. It's kind of like YouTube streaming, but just where it all kind of started. Yeah, it's because I never go outside. Oh, what's up, Sleeps? Good to see you. Mickey Mouse is jealous, vengeful spirit. She'll beat me with a rolling pin if I am not back by sundown. Is Arc Raiders gay? I saw it had them rainbow stripes on the cover. No, it's more, that was like more the synth wavy style, like retro futurism rainbows. But it could be gay. I mean, it is pretty gay. The game is kind of gay, honestly, if you're being honest. What do you hate worse, Arc Raiders or people with cancer? It's a good question, because I feel like Arc Raiders eventually gets you to the point of cancer. A little tumor is building up in your brain every time you get absolutely fucked in that game. Dude, it's so stupid, man. Okay, so I got what's called an Osprey. And this is going to sound like noob shit, you know what I mean, for people who have no-lifed it. But I got this gun, I finally got it. It's called an Osprey. I didn't have a fucking blueprint for it, which is so random to get the blueprints. Random, but it's like the Osprey is the only sniper in the game that has a scope. And it's fucking pretty, I'll be honest with you. Arc Raiders has a lot of good stuff going for it. Really, really cool graphics, really cool ballistics and firefights, really cool music and atmosphere and sound design and all this shit. But anyways, I get the Osprey, and my plan was to make it up to a sniper vantage point and just sit there, and I brought like 100 rounds of medium ammo with me, and I was literally just going to like blast people from afar and troll them, which I get it. That's not a nice thing for me to do. But that's the only thing I could think to do in that game, because it doesn't really give you objectives to accomplish for the most part. You just fucking do the same dumb shit a million times over, where the only thing people ever play with is a Venator pistol and a fucking a trigger grenade, which is just like giant C4 that kills everyone. Anyways. It's so fucking stupid. So anyways, I'm making my way to the tower, and then I get fucking picked off and killed, and then that was it. My whole, now granted, people would say, well, that was memorable, wasn't it? That thing that you added a degree of value, that's the economy of the game, and it's unique to the experience of the game, and it's just like, fuck you and die and go to heaven, because that's bullshit, dude. You know what I mean? Because like sometimes you just want to play the game. Like there's so many fucking mechanics and games in that game that I will never get to fuck around with, because I'm not lucky, or I didn't have like the no life experience to sit there and just play it until I've accrued large sums of it. And I've tried games and people are dying. I don't know. It's just like, what is this obsession? What is this obsession from game developers to make games harder? We got fucking Dark Souls, which makes hack and slashes like unbearable to deal with, and you have to like never take a shower in your entire life to get good at them. And then to take an already terrible fucking formula of battle royales where you get one life and you have to get lucky with where you drop, what item you grab, all this kind of shit. And now they take that, and before you even get to actually play the mechanics of the game, you have to do I have 80 plus hours in Arc Raiders, and all of it has just been going around and collecting trash that I may or may not use, that I may or may not even be able to extract with to get out and use, that I don't even know what it goes towards. And it's so fucking boring. Like, at least they could like make cool noises, because it makes cool noises when you get the legendary shit. But like when you're just picking up like random pieces of rocks and volcanic poop, and like pocket fuzz to make a fucking cannon, it's not very satisfying. It's very boring. And anyways, the point is that before you actually get to play the game, you have to go around and do a bunch of World of Warcraft style fetch quests before you even get to like make the stuff to go play the game. The game is a third-person shooter. You have to do a bunch of fetch quests. It's just, what the fuck? That is so boring. And it's fine. I know people will say, it's not your game. Extraction shooters are just not your game. That's okay. Admit to it. It's like, shut up, you silly goose. But I don't know. Stay distracted. Fetch me some trash. And I don't know. But it sucks because it's like, whenever you are having fun in that game and actually popping off, it is very satisfying. Like some of the most heart-pounding, intense shootouts I've ever had in a video game has come from Arc Raiders. But when you get fucked, man, there is a certain low that you have not felt before. And you know what it is? You know what the whole experience is? I realize that all Arc Raiders is capitalizing on the degeneracy that our entire society is slowly moving towards, and that's getting every single fucking person addicted to gambling. Getting every person you could possibly imagine addicted to loot boxes and scratch-offs, except instead of just like opening loot boxes or going to a casino and pissing your money at a blackjack table, what you're doing is going into a game with basically the $30 that you have because you're homeless, and hoping that you can kill another person and take their money, and then you get $35. And that's all it is. It's literally just the psychology of it is just the dopaminergic effects of gambling, I guess, but just in the form of video game and in a new way that the EU hasn't figured out how to ban yet because they can't explain it because it's part of the gameplay. You mean like GTA with loot boxes? I haven't really actually played GTA Online that much to know how that whole economy works, but yeah, I don't know. Anyways, Helldivers. Now, Helldivers, at least when you unlock something, you get it. You can use it effectively, you can test it out, you can have fun. It's almost like game developers have decided that we have so little to provide you that we have to make the things that we do provide you feel like it has more weight to it, or that it's even harder to use. But the worst part is like I've had items in my inventory that I've just never wanted to fucking use because I'm afraid I'm gonna lose it. And that to me, is pretty fucking lame. It took me years to get into it, but it's pretty awesome. GTA Online, interesting. Yeah, I always was confused by GTA Online because I would go into the lobbies. There'd be 16 people in a lobby just doing their own random thing in this open world, right? Which makes sense. But if you wanted to go play some of the new like when Battle Royales first came out, GTA Online introduced like car wars. Like GTA Online always acts like there's all this new content that comes out. But then every time I tried to play a car wars Battle Royale version of GTA, it was like you needed to get everyone from the lobby into the match, and it just didn't fucking work out. And I was like, what kind of fucking matchmaking is this where you have to like knock on everyone's door to see if they want to come play with you? Like it was just didn't make any sense. Maybe I got it wrong, but the hottest January I can remember. It is fucking cold here. Try having sex with a partner this time. It makes it so much better. Instead of my hand? What are you talking about? Are you nuts? That's how you get an STD, aka a baby. Just kidding. Alright, anyways. I'm done feeling my big feelings. Hey, see you, Retro. Take care. Like what he said was fixing... Like what he said he was fixing to do to that guy's daughter right there in front of him. And maybe 9 months later, TJ gets a call from Vincent about that job that he said he was casing. I was in TJ's place when he got the call, and the second he said, "Oh, hey Vincent, how's your mom and them?" I got to rolling my eyes thinking, ah, crap, here we go again. Now, there came a point in the conversation when TJ started sounding a little skeptical, saying stuff like, "I don't know, Vincent, sounds like a lot." But then Vincent said something to him, something I didn't hear, which made him look like Jesus Christ himself had just talked down that phone to him. Now his eyes went very wide and his jaw dropped a little, and he stayed very quiet for a long time before setting up a meeting. And I remember driving out to the diner with TJ and trying to figure out what was going on. You know, he kept saying stuff like, "You wouldn't believe me if I told you," or "You're better off hearing it from the horse's mouth." Now, I also said that he told me that Vincent had in mind... What? He also said if he... Oh. Let's trade. I'll send you heat high 79s. You send us some cold air. You're gonna have to ask the water currents for that one. Where does California get its water currents, its air currents? Let's see. California weather makes a lot more sense once you see where its air and ocean influence actually come from, because most people assume warm state equals warm ocean, and that's not how California works. Prevailing wester lies main driver. California sits in the mid-latitude westerlies. Oh, that's what the fucking... Wow. Do I go to therapy now? Most air arrives from the west-northwest, straight from the Pacific Ocean. This air is cool, stable, and marine, not tropical. This is why coastal California has mild summers, rarely has humidity, gets fog instead of thunderstorms. North Pacific jet stream, seasonal control. In wintertime, the jet stream dips south due to the Aleutian low. That brings storms, rain, cooler air. In the summer, the jet stream shifts north, dry, stable weather. Santa Ana winds, except not the rule. These are continental winds, not oceanic, blow from inland deserts toward the coast. Hot, dry, downslope winds caused by pressure gradients. California, a cold open current flowing southward. God, the weather is so boring. Anyways, based on that, why is it so hot in California right meow? Strong high-pressure ridge is sitting over the west. Right now, California is under a persistent high-pressure system, often called a heat dome. What that does, air sinks instead of rising, sinking air compresses and heats, clouds are suppressed, full sun all day, weather systems can't move in and flush the heat out. Think of it like a lid on the atmosphere. This blocks Pacific storms, cooler marine air, jet stream influence. Interesting. Fucking dome. Even though the California current is still cold, high pressure compresses the marine layer, prevents it from moving inland, traps cool air at the immediate coast. Result, coast equals tolerable, valleys and deserts equal brutal. That's why LA Basin and Central Valley roast. San Francisco might still be 65 to 70, 30 to 40 miles inland feels like a different planet. Interesting. Meteorology is the only profession where 30% accuracy rating makes you a rock star in the field. Yeah. It's like baseball, honestly. It's like a hitting percentage. Batting 300. Wow, never been to a live. Few weeks. Hey, no worries, Brightheart. Good to see you. We just bullshit and record stories. Make yourself comfy. He also said that he told me what Vincent had in mind, that I'd probably duck and roll out of the car. Sorry. He also said if he told me what Vincent had in mind, I'd probably duck and roll out of the car, and that's when I asked him to at least tell me what kind of job they'd talked about. TJ kept his eyes on the road but told me, the last one before we retire. And after that, it was my turn to stay quiet and just stew in the mystery until we got to the diner. And when we got there, Vincent was leaning over this big plate of steak and eggs, eating it like he hadn't in weeks. And we asked him where he'd been, and he tells us, Mexico. And then explains how he's been eyeing up the score of a goddamn lifetime, just like TJ said. He'd been tracking these cash couriers south of the border for weeks, casing their routes, figuring out their schedules, and then putting together enough firepower to make the job doable. I asked him what kind of firepower we needed, if all we wanted to do was scare a couple of couriers, but he said to do that, we needed something that'd pierce armor. The golden rule. Oh my god, we're doing a bank heist story. That's fucking crazy. The golden rule of armed robbery is to not kill anyone, because then you're a murderer and the cops will hunt you like one. We don't use armored piercing anything because the best jobs are the kind where bullets don't get fired, and so when Vincent mentioned armor piercing, my ass was halfway out the door. But then he started talking about how to get the couriers to stop, we needed to at least demonstrate that we could pierce the armor on their trucks, and without that, they just roll through the ambush without stopping and they get away. Now, I guess I had it in my head that this was a regular job, and when I say regular, I mean your standard armored car job. And so when Vincent said the couriers were taking some cash illegally across the border, and were doing it for the Sinaloa cartel. Hey Lassie, what's up? How you doing? Sinaloa. It's a trap. Do you guys remember the bank robber who wrote the wrong thing down in the note and the cashier laughed so hard he just left? No, when was that? So when Vincent said the couriers were pulling some cash illegally across the border, and we're doing it for the Sinaloa cartel. I thought he'd lost his damn mind. Fuck. Oh my god, dude. I should have did this story first, bro. So when Vincent said that the couriers were carrying some cash illegally across the border and were doing it for the Sinaloa cartel, I thought he'd lost his damned mind. Now, I feel like just about everyone in America knows who the cartel are these days, but the Sinaloa stand tall even among their fellow narcos. They're one of the oldest in Mexico, and at the time, they were by far the most powerful too. They were led by the El Chapo guy for a while, and they don't mess around when it comes to protecting their operations. And so when Vincent suggested we rob them, I figured it'd be quicker to just shoot each other in the face right there and then, because if we robbed the cartel, that's how we were going to end up, dead as buzzard bait. But Vincent said he had a plan. At the time, the Sinaloa cartel was at war with the Juarez cartel. Couriers were getting robbed and their hitmen were dying by the dozen, but it was all just one big mess down there. But that meant, at least according to Vincent, that the Sinaloa would suspect a foursome of gringos to be responsible for robbing one of their couriers. Wouldn't suspect. Gringo. Any gringos in chat? A gringo. But that meant, at least according to Vincent, that the Sinaloa wouldn't suspect a foursome of gringos to be responsible for robbing one of the couriers, at least not unless directed by their enemies in Juarez. And to him, it was foolproof, and if we did the job right, we could bring home enough laundered cash to retire on. We wouldn't have to worry about washing it. We wouldn't have to worry about anyone coming after us. All we'd have to do is figure out what kind of porch swing we wanted to sit our asses down on until we were old enough to die, and figure out which kind of beer we wanted to drink while we were doing it. Now, I didn't realize how much I wanted out of that. I didn't realize how much I wanted out until I saw the crack in the door, and I guess it was the same for TJ and Jody too, because after thinking on it for almost 30 seconds, we decided to go for it. About a week later, we all met up with Vincent just before midnight for the long-ass drive down to the ambush site. Vincent's... Hey, Veronica, what's up? Vincent's plan was relatively simple. At dawn, when the couriers approached our position in their 2 trucks, we pull up heavy chain... Dude, what the fuck is wrong with me? You're of Greek heritage, does that make you gringo? I think gringo just means outsider. It doesn't mean like any particular heritage outside of Mexico. But Mexico is comprised of a very wide range of ethnicities. So like a lot of people think it's just going to be Hispanic people, but it's fucking everyone from all over the place. So like you're more likely to see a more unified ethnicities as you go further into Central America and South America. Gringo doesn't mean white. I think it literally just means... I mean, I guess if that's your definition of it, but I think it literally just means outsider, like somebody who's not from around there. Does it really just mean white? I thought it meant like... I thought it literally translated to outsider. Let's look this up. Slang term in Spanish-speaking regions, referring to a foreigner, most commonly white English-speaking person. Okay, that makes sense. But originally it meant any foreigner, but I guess modern common use Americans, particularly white Americans, Less about race alone and more about language, culture, and outsider status. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I'm not a fucking gringy. You're a gringy. I run Juarez. Tippity top of the Juarez Cartelio. Grinjol. What you doing, Grinjol? You come around here, eh? Don't you know that we do bad stuff around here and you don't even know how to do any bad stuff? I know how to do bad stuff. I'm a bad guy. No, you don't. Last time you came around, you cry. I did not cry. You cried. Or you're about to cry because I'm about to give you a fucking wedgie. They call me Joel Sanchez. He was pretending to have a bomb in his bag and passed them a note saying, I have a bum. Put this note with the money. If a die pack blows, then so do you. That's funny. But a week later, we all met up with Vincent just... Oh, yeah. Okay, we're... People don't think you speak Spanish because you look white. It's funny to prove them wrong. I don't know. It's really strange to me how sometimes people forget where the Spanish language came from. Like, I feel like people forget that they forget about the entire country of Spain and the people that exist there. It's whatever, man. No, you don't give a shit, man. I didn't realize how much I wanted out until I saw the crack in the door. Oh, here we go. I didn't realize how much I wanted out until I saw the crack in the door, and I guess it was the same for TJ and Jody too, because after thinking on it for all of 30 seconds, we decided to go for it. About a week later, we all met up with Vincent just before midnight for the long-ass drive down to the ambush site. Vincent's plan was relatively simple. At dawn, when the couriers approached our position in their 2 trucks, we pull up a heavy chain across the dirt road, kill their engines with our armor-piercing bullets, and then keep on shooting until any guards were dead and the driver surrendered. Now, when I asked how we were... If my neighbor has chickens and the chickens stay in my yard, does that mean I now have chickens? If they lay eggs in your yard, you can have them. They're mine though, so please don't eat the chickens. It's for the raccoons and the coyotes and literally every other animal that kills fucking chickens. The hawks. The hawk. When I asked him how he was so sure the drivers would just surrender, Vincent said that they were just that, drivers. They'd give themselves up once they realized that they were in trouble. Now I started getting doubts because if those drivers lost all that cash, the cartel weren't going to just slap them on the back and say, better luck next time, hombre. They'd torture those guys first just to make sure that they weren't in on the scam. And then even if they weren't, they'd carve them up and hang them from a bridge just to make an example out of them. And the more I thought about it, the more I got this bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. But even when that feeling got so intense I wanted to puke, I'd push it back down again and tell myself, get this right, and you're home free. No more jobs, no more Vincent, no more worrying about anything ever again. And it was that which kept my mouth shut during that drive across the border. It was still dark as we set up, trying to chain to a tree before covering it. Tying a chain to a tree. Tying a chain to a tree. Tying. Does anyone understand how light years work? I hear the explanation, but my mind can't fully grasp it. It just means, like, if you're traveling at the speed of light, and you do that for an entire year, an entire Earth year, you would have traveled 1 light year. So, I think they determine what the speed of light is. What is the speed of light. Which is quite strange how they figured it out. But anyways, the speed of light in a vacuum, which the vacuum would be space, right, is 299,792,458 meters per second, or approximately 300,000 kilometers per second, or 186,282 miles per second. So imagine going, listen, you shoot out of Earth, going 186,282 miles per second into space. And you do that for an entire year, an entire Earth year. Not that the Earth is important at this point, but just imagine a year has passed and you're traveling that fast. At that exact moment that a year has passed, you would have traveled 1 light year away. So a light year is just a distance, right? But it's the only way to measure that distance in space, since it's so vast and massive, is to measure it going like extraordinary speeds, right? It's cold, you want to borrow Pradeep? You can borrow him. He likes to snuggle. Light travels really fast, so we can see it before we hear thunder, for example. So the distance 1 light year is how far a light particle could go for a whole year. Yep. It's not even necessarily light related, like it's just the object. But I mean, technically speaking, theoretically, we can't really move any piece of mass as like any mass the size of, I don't even know, like even an atom or something like that. I'm not really sure if we've done it at all. We can't move at the speed of light. So I think most of the time, I feel like most scientists have just come to the expectation that if you want to travel a light year, you're probably going to have to go through a fucking wormhole or some other like abstract form of, I mean, I guess unless you could create like, I don't know, how do you create that energy? Do you pull it from the ether like fucking what's his name says, Nikola Tesla, and then you create that anti-gravity field around your piece of mass that you're traveling, and then somehow propel that anti-gravitational object at extraordinary speeds across? And how do you not like smash into a fucking moon or asteroids and shit? I guess you could map out your trajectory along the way or something. I don't really know. Ort. Skill issue, yeah. I think it's interesting I've learned is that space is a non-linear infinite continuum. Still grasping that. Space is a non-linear infinite continuum. Oh, you mean, yeah, just like a big box. Who knows? Maybe it's quite literally just a box, like a cube, like a huge cube that you can't comprehend. One day you just like hit the wall and that's the end of the simulation. Your brain's not braining. I mean, I think your brain is braining. It's just like, imagine a town is 60 miles away. You know, how long, like if you were going 60 miles per hour, how long would it take you to get to a town 60 miles away? Next question. Sonomi, you are correct. You have been promoted to Queen of the Night. Speed limit, question mark? The speed limit is half a mile per hour. That's why you have to do that trigonometry to plot course, but it's in 6 points in space around you. Oh, they have to do it in 6 points? What are the 6 points based off of? Is it all just like based off of like this where you're going from, and then like a black hole or something, or like places that you know the distance to already. What keeps me motivated in life? Honestly, I don't really know if motivation really plays a part in it anymore. Like, if I don't have anything to do, I just don't do anything, honestly. So sometimes you kind of just have to like create schedules for yourself and just like autistically stick to those schedules. Honestly, because sometimes I kind of wonder, like, what if everybody just like didn't have jobs to go to? I think that's why so many people get depressed in retirement, because it's like your routine of 65 years to 70 years has just been like completely interrupted, and then people who retire just end up getting jobs at... Dude, I remember that. I actually knew a woman who was like 65, and she was actually really active, and I worked at a grocery store with her. She was like somebody's mom, but she worked at the grocery store because she was like bored, and she was kind of a bitch. Like, she would somehow create drama at the age of 65 at the grocery store I worked at. And then she got, like, randomly, I heard, like, later she got brain cancer and died, and I was just like, what the fuck? That sucks. Doesn't mean, just because you get brain cancer doesn't mean you can call off of work. We haven't been taught how to feel comfortable without being useful. I know. I mean, it kind of makes you wonder, though, like, is that just sort of built into us as humans to have, like, some degree of, like, we have to have some degree of productive effect on our environment and ourself, or otherwise we feel advanced levels of boredom. Did I give her the brain cancer? I don't think so. I mean, I did kind of like, I would always shoot her with like the little microwave ray that we had behind the desk at when I was at the checkout line, day in and day out, right next to her head. I'd say, hey, stand really still. I just woo, 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 woo. What time is it? It's almost 2 a.m. Picture yourself in a clear plastic cube and a string from you to reach the 6 sides of the cube. Are you just like shooting faster than light lasers in all directions to give you reference? Or like, how do you map out all of that? What is it? Or is it the distance that shoots from you is what gives you your data back? Or how do you get the data? Jackie Chan Adventures? Question mark? What do you think of face reveals from YouTubers like What Happened with Dream? Yeah, I felt bad for Dream. I mean, like, I think the biggest thing that Dream could have just like done for himself, just in general, was like literally never ever exist on Twitter. Like, for some dumb fucking reason, like a massively successful Minecraft channel thought in their brain that like giving takes on every stupid fucking dumb piece of drama or bullshit ever was necessary. But I guess, granted, he was like 20 or something at the time, right? So of course he's going to think that he needs to chime in. Hey, I have millions of subscribers. Of course everyone wants to hear my stupid fucking opinion about stuff. Yeah. Otherwise, I think he would still probably just be doing his channel and all that shit. But yeah, showing his face, you know, and it's. I mean, I don't really necessarily think he was like an ugly guy or anything like that. He wasn't. It's interesting sometimes you see people who are like extraordinarily fat before, and then they lose a bunch of weight. It's like their face is still like, it looks like their skull is really large or something. And I kind of wonder to myself, I'm like, when you're really fat like that, does the bone density of your skull just stay really big even if you've lost all the fat around it? I don't know, it just seems strange. Finally caught it live after years, man. I've been listening to them when you post them, but it's nice to be actually, yeah, good to see you. Thank you for stopping by. Yeah, quite literally big boned. I don't know how I haven't. My most watched YouTube channels are all art or coffee shop ASMR. That's cool. Skull. School. A small skull. So what the hell? Why all of a sudden my brain just focusing on your background music is distracting me? Brain, stop. Yeah, I guess like self-realized rumination, in which case maybe you should just allow yourself to fall into it till eventually you fall asleep and can reset. Did you have a study playlist when you were a student trying to curate one? Yeah, I would honestly just listen to like beats and stuff, whether it was like just basically not, I couldn't study and listen to voices. Like some people say they study to my narration, and maybe it works, but I feel like if I had to hear people talking about things while trying to read in my own head, it would just like be distracting or something. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's just white noise and so you can like phase it out or whatever. Why does time fly when I'm asleep, but while I'm awake, time stands still? I don't know. Okay. It was still dark as we set up, tying the chain to a tree before covering it with a thin layer of dirt. We dug little holes too on a low rise near the road, with one a little closer than the others so whoever was in it could pull the chain up and block the couriers. And after that, it was just a case of waiting and watching and hoping those couriers didn't decide to rearrange their run at the last minute. Now we waited hours, watching the sun get higher and higher and feeling the air get warmer. Now Vincent said the trucks would roll by about an hour after dawn. But then 2 hours had gone by and there wasn't a truck to be seen, and I started to doubt that they were ever going to show up at all. Now by around 8 a.m. we were all sweating buckets, barely able to hear our own thoughts above all the noise that the cicadas were making. But then after maybe an hour of sweat and frustration, I remember seeing this glint of light on the horizon as 2 white trucks came into view. We started hooping and hollering a little, having sat in those dusty holes for so damn long, and Vincent told us to shut the hell up and be ready. Now as we watched the trucks getting closer and closer, TJ took hold of the chain, waiting for Vincent's signal to start yanking it up into the roadway. But when it came, and TJ forced those trucks to hard brake as it rose up, Vincent didn't aim for the engine blocks. He aimed right for the truck's tinted windows, and then unleashed hell. Someone in the second truck managed to get a few shots off, but Jody was ready with his AK, and it was pure chaos, but it was over in seconds. So quick that me and TJ didn't even get time to fire a shot. And then once the smoke had cleared and everything went quiet again except for the groans of the dying couriers, we made our move. As we ran towards the trucks, I remember TJ yelling about Vincent not having to shoot everyone. Vincent said what's done is done, and he should shut his mouth and get to work. TJ had only just unlocked the second truck's storage, and we were about to go rummaging around in the back when we suddenly heard the sound of a child crying. In a way that's only a kid's cry. Oh shit. They shot a truck full of kids. What's up, tea time? Oh. Have you ever fallen asleep while reading the stories live on air? That'd be kind of funny. No, I'm standing up, so it'd be hard to fall asleep standing up. That would be interesting, though. You remember me slapping myself? When was I doing that? Slapping my ass. Hold on, guys. I gotta slap my ass to wake up. Well, I also, this is kind of like my normal sleep schedule, so I'm not too tired. Like, if I had woken up at 6 a.m. or some shit, I feel like I'd probably be passing out, but I'm pretty good. Fart myself awake, yep. Who's there? I fire a gun in the air. Do you think there is a meaning to life? Yeah, but I think it's very subjective to the individual's experience, right? So you kind of just have to give yourself meaning. And that could come in the form of like religious purpose, but it could also come in the form of like family or maybe you're one of those weird celebrities who are obsessed with some like niche political topic and that's all you fucking yap about, which is fine. Or who knows, maybe like the creation of your art is your purpose and the stories you want to tell, or I don't know. Yeah, I guess the meaning of life, 42. In a way that only a kid's cry can grab your attention like that, me and TJ ended up spinning around on the spot to see where the voices were coming from. I remember seeing Jody, wide-eyed, looking into the truck in front, and then seeing Vincent open up one of the back doors and start speaking in Spanish. TJ had a daughter who stayed with his mom, so realizing that there had been kids in that lead truck just about sent him off the handle. He marched over to where Vincent was speaking Spanish to them and asked what he was doing. Vincent said he was telling them to stay in the trucks because someone would be coming by to get them before long. TJ didn't like that one bit on account of we all know what happens to kids or dogs when they're locked in hot cars. Him and Vincent went at it for about a minute, going back and forth about how those kids needed to be safe, and Vincent thought about it for a moment and then said we could just drop them off at a gas station or something once we got back on American soil. TJ didn't like that idea either. But just like the whole surrendering drivers thing, I don't think Vincent was ever planning on doing. Well, didn't they just kill a bunch of fucking people in the car? Like drivers and shit? Didn't seem to have any issue with that. Do you know after 40 you shrink a centimeter every 10 years? Good. One day I can fit in that mouse hole. I can see Mick Mouse, my wife. And we can have proper love time. TJ didn't much like that idea either. But just like the whole surrendering drivers thing, I don't think Vincent was ever really planning on doing what he said. Because as me and Jody are hauling a big bag of cash back towards the place we'd hidden our own truck, we heard 2 gunshots and then the sound of TJ screaming. We dropped the bag of cash where we were, and then ran back to see what was going on. I thought TJ might have gotten himself shot, possibly by a courier who wasn't dead as we thought he was. But when we got to the top of that rise and we saw why TJ was still screaming at Vincent and calling him all the curse words under the sun, he'd taken those 2 Mexican kids out of the truck, and he'd shot them both in the head. Vincent was probably a head and shoulders, knees and toes. Do I know John Pork? John Pork Allen? John B. Porkington? Yeah, I know John. He's a good man. Good man, very good man. We need Porkus in here to approve something. Give his stamp. We haven't seen Porkus in a while, honestly. It's sad. Vincent was probably a head and shoulder taller than TJ and almost twice as heavy too. But after what he did, shooting those 2 kids, TJ went at him like he was double backbone. What the fuck does that even mean? But after what he did, shooting those 2 kids, TJ went at him like a monster. Vincent had to point his pistol just to get him to back off, but TJ lost his vertical and was yelling, "Why? Why? What'd they do to you, huh? What'd they do?" And Vincent started saying how the cartel could be on our asses if they talked, but this was after telling us about the war between the cartels and how they'd never know it was us. I still don't know for sure if that was really all nonsense or if he just switched his plan up at the last minute. But those kids, man, They didn't have to die. Only one person had to die down at that dirt road in Mexico, and it sure as hell wasn't those kids. And when Vincent finished giving his little speech on how this was just too much money at stake to take any chances, he turned his back on TJ to go grab one of the bags. TJ then pulled his pistol and shot Vincent about 4 or 5 times in the back. And he hit the dirt, gasping for air. And then walked over to him. TJ put him down with one to the... The meaning of life is while you're alive, appreciate the people in your life, give love, get some loving, and don't die wonder. The end. And don't die wonder? What's don't die wonder? Wonder boy, what are the secrets of your power? Wonder boy. What music do I listen to? I listen to everything, honestly. I mean, I listen to a lot of electronic stuff, but I really do like all music of all kinds, minus like pop music and country music and pop country music and any in between that is just like brain dead. They say if you listen closely, Joel will tell us about Young Nasty Man. You guys don't want to hear about Young Nasty Man. That's a name I've not heard for quite some time. Young Nasty Man is he's not known to wipe his butt. Never wiped his ass one time in his life. Did you ever wonder that? Like, cavemen never wiped their ass, right? So what was like cavemen's asses just like caked with shit at all times? Or did they just have like perfect ghost wipe poops every single time they shitted? They did have perfect assholes? Damn. Maybe we should go... Maybe there is a reason. Maybe there is a purpose to life. To invent a time machine to go clap some caveman cheeks. Perfectly clean. It'd be perfect. It'd be an absolute perfect end to a perfect life. They use 2-ply? Yeah, probably. Not a single hemorrhoid on any of those cavemen. I just joined, but I gotta get some sleep, man. I wake up for work. Wish I could stay and chat. Hey, no worries, Neorian. You take care of yourself, and you have fun at work tomorrow. And don't be mad when they get mad at you. Instead, just get a new job. Am I done reading? Yeah, I think this is my last story I'm ever reading again. I'm going to stop in the middle of it. That'd be kind of funny to find like old cavemen toilet paper and it's just leaves covered in shit. It becomes like fossilized, so like some stupid scientist wears it around his neck. Like an amulet. What if like you were a little kid and... What if you were like a little kid and you loved fossils and your grandparents got you some like fossilized dung as like a gift, but they had it in the form of like a necklace? Would you wear that to school if every time you had to explain to people what it was, you had to tell them it was fucking dinosaur shit? But it's fossilized, so it's not as stinky. My pregnant wife is going to be induced tomorrow. Should I name my son Jack or Henry? Can you name him Joel? Joel Jr. Jack or Henry? Jack is definitely a tough one, but Henry's pretty tough too. But I don't know. Jack gets the job done. Henry... Sometimes Henry takes his time. He's a little more thoughtful. Jackie boy. Make sure you buy him some fossilized poop as a necklace, his like birthstone. Look up the oldest human poop found. It's a huge Viking poo. That's cool. That's fucking sick. That's my favorite part about history, is just old shit that's frozen. Kept in a freezer. Old shit in a fucking condom in a freezer. We're gonna find a lot of those in the future. Then walked over to him. TJ put him down with one shot to the head. Me and Jody didn't freak out. Not like we'd done when we saw those kids lying there with the dirt soaking up their brains. What TJ did felt natural, almost. No one questioned him. We just grabbed all the cash we could carry, loaded it into the truck, and then took off back towards the border. We didn't celebrate the money. We couldn't. Even when we got someplace safe and realized our shares tallied up to just under $1 million each, we were too exhausted to do anything but sit quietly with a few beers and wonder how the hell it all went so wrong. Those kids weren't like 12 or 13. They were small. Too small to even talk, I really think, and they wouldn't have been able to tell us 4 gringos apart from $1 million. That's what they were going to retire on and drink beers forever on a porch, was $1 million. They're probably like 20 to 30 in this story, and there's like no fucking way that you're retiring on $1 million. What are you going to go put it in, a fucking 401k? I killed people for this $1 million. We're good as golden. But then you like still have to get a job at a Dunkin' Donuts later, after like killing cartel and kids. They wouldn't have been able to tell us 4 gringos apart from the boys and ZZ Top, so why'd Vincent kill them? I remember asking that question out loud, but TJ had enough, and after stomping out his cigarettes, he told it didn't. Oh man, I'm clocked out. Your dad actually gave me some fossilized dinosaur poop from Arizona, so this conversation is hilarious to me. It's just like such a funny thing, like, here you go, sweetie. Here's some shit. Here's some old shit I found. Is this poop? Don't worry, it doesn't smell. You gotta wear it, though. You gotta show me that you care. If you still want to be my favorite kid, you gotta wear the poop. I remember asking that question out loud, but TJ'd had enough, and after stomping out a cigarette, he told me it didn't matter, because that son of a bitch was dead. And then off he went to pack his share of the money. Now once we were all packed up and we agreed to lay low for a while, Jody went to stay with his parents in Oklahoma while TJ took an extended vacation in New Orleans, and I went to stay with a girl that I'd been seeing for what amounted to a very low-key retirement party. I didn't tell her about Vincent or the kids, I just said I was done. Now she'd always wanted me to walk the line and get a real job, so the news was music to my ears, and she told me to stay as long as I needed, and then maybe 3 weeks later, TJ showed up again driving a new Dodge. No, it wasn't new, but we couldn't exactly go driving around in the same truck we used for the robbery, so it was a practical purchase. We went for a drive and caught up on things, and then TJ asked if I wanted to go get a burger or something later. I said sure, and we arranged for me to stop by his place around 7. Now it felt like we were starting fresh. We wouldn't have to look over our shoulder anymore. Work wasn't a topic of conversation we'd ever really have to touch on again, and we'd had more money than we could ever spend without pissing it away. And it felt like we could just stop surviving and start actually living, and it was strange to find myself grinning like a mule eating cockleburs over nothing but a burger with an old buddy. What the fuck is a cocklebur? Dude, I'm not including that stupid fucking... I'm looking up cockleburs because it's a funny word. Xanthium. Cockleburs are coarse, herbaceous annual plants growing 50 to 120 centimeters tall. The leaves are spiraling arranged and grinning like a mule eating cocks. Like a mule eating its own cock. Now I knew with over $100,000 I'd never have to work again in my entire fucking life. I knew once I made over $50 I'd never have to fucking step foot in Dunkin' Donuts ever again. I contacted my boy for that voice acting gig for you, my guy. Nice, thanks, bro. Yeah, keep me posted. Shoot me an email. I'll be around. It felt like we could just stop surviving and start living, and it was strange to find myself grinning like a mule eating cockleburs over nothing but a burger with an old buddy. Now he dropped me back off at my place, and then after a few hours of hanging with my girl, I drove over to TJ's place and knocked on the door. The new Dodge was parked in the driveway, but when I knocked on his door, there was no answer. It was almost... Yeah, what is this fucking Grand Theft Auto-ass story, dude? One more heist. One more fucking heist, and then we'll have $1 million. And with $1 million, we might be able to survive. I mean, if you really sit there and think about it, like $1 million, like $1 million you would, if you lived, okay, let's just think about this. Okay, hypothetically, someone is 20 to 30 years old. They now have $1 million. How? What kind of lifestyle could they live with that money and make it last for the rest of their lives? The core constraint this matters the most. At 20 to 30 years, money likely lasts 60 plus years. This puts you in a safe withdrawal territory, not I'm rich territory, but realistic, sustainable spending, 2 to 2.5 to 3.5% withdrawal rate, very conservative for a young person. This equals $25,000 to $35,000 per year, inflation adjusted. So you would basically be living like a school teacher. I mean, maybe you should have just stayed in fucking Mexico with that much money. Buy a modest house in a low income area, $150K to $300K, rent cheaply, invest everything. All right, well, yeah. Basically give yourself a salary of not a lot. We'd never have to think about money again. We could buy ourselves a used Dodge. He dropped me back off at my place, and then after a few hours of chilling with my girl, I drove over to TJ's place and knocked on the door. And that Dodge was parked in the driveway, but when I knocked on his door, there was no answer. And it was almost exactly 7, and he wasn't the kind of guy to flake on plans like that. And so, assuming he was probably just running late and was in the shower or something, I walked around to the yard and tried the back door. TJ never locked his back door, ever. He always left it open in case we needed a place to crash, and he also kept... And he also wasn't keeping his share of the money there either, so right away I knew something was off. I'd crashed there a bunch before, so I knew that there was a way to jimmy open a window or the first floor, but after getting it open and climbing inside, I felt my stomach drop. And that old cliche about the smell of blood, how it sort of hangs in the air, very heavy in places where a lot of it's been spilled. It's as true as steel, especially on a warm Texas evening. And the smell of blood in TJ's house was so strong I felt the shiver run up my spine as I realized something really, really bad had gone down. And as I ran through the house, I started yelling out his name and asking where he was. I found him in the upstairs bathroom, curled up in the tub, and he wasn't just dead. It looked like someone had tried to take him apart. I didn't look for long. I couldn't. But from what little I saw, he had his fingers missing, part of his face was gone, and someone had carved off a big patch of skin away from his side, so much so that I could see a couple of his ribs peeking through. And that's the snapshot that I... Snapshot. You'll start streaming a gaming channel, will kill you, do commentary videos, especially horror games. I just thought for you, my boy. Thanks, dude. Yeah, someone just came in here and was like,
This fucking sucks. This fucking sucks. You're so much... The pre-recorded's so much better. You suck live.
and it's like, it's fine, actually. I mean, I guess you kind of have to expect that, but anyways, I just don't know why people, you know, you can't always be, you can't be the burnt peanut of reading, you know? Yeah, Hawk, thanks, buddy. Hey, Drew, take care, man. That's the snapshot, Jesus Christ. Only cool people get haters, that's true. I do wish that there was some sort of continuity, I guess, between, like, some sort of continuity between, the reading and the streams, like in the sense that it wasn't like so upsetting. Yeah, dude, Burnt Peanut's so fucking funny, man. Like, it's actually, like, it's genuinely impressive how he can be so good at video games while simultaneously being like so entertaining. Like, it's when you really watch, and like with such high production value, I'm not trying to glaze him, I'm just like, it's actually weird whenever you're like used to watching, like, nothing against Shroud, nothing against any of those people, but if you're really being honest with like how quote-unquote entertaining those people are, they're not really doing anything funny, they're not doing anything interesting, they're just kind of like good at the game, and that's pretty much it, which is fine, you know. But it's crazy, like Burnt Peanut like does not miss a beat, bro. Like, he is, his commentary, his jokes, his everything is just like constantly boom, 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 and I'm just, sometimes you meet people and you're like, they're just born different. Lost in the Mood, thank you for the 38 months. Woo, 3 years, love the lives. I say the podcast help me sleep at night. Thank you, bro. Good to see you. And thank you for 38 months, my dude. That's the snapshot. I keep saying snapshot. Jesus fuck. Hey, Lost in the Mood, thank you for the gifter to Charles G7287. Welcome, Charles. Now have access to bonus content. That's the snapshot I can't ever get out of my head, even though I must have looked for no more than a second. I didn't stay long. I just slipped out the way I came in, ran back to my truck, and drove straight over to Jody's place to tell him what I'd found. Someone had come looking for us. We knew that much, and we agreed the best thing to do in the meantime was hide out someplace. Jody said that he could find us someplace in Oklahoma, somewhere real quiet and out in the... One more. This is the last story, by the way. Jody said he could find us a place in Oklahoma, somewhere real quiet and out of the way, but we still needed to square some stuff away at home first. We needed to get the money, and we warned folks who needed warning, and then we could meet at a motel just outside of town and drive. God damn it, man. Hey, Rosie, what's going on? Good to see ya. Sup, sup. We needed to get the money, and we warned folks who needed warning. Then, we could meet at a motel just outside of town and drive to Oklahoma from there. Now, it sounded like a smart enough plan. Have a base of operations just outside of town for a few hours, and then be gone by the evening. But after driving all over town and making sure my girl got herself to her mom's, I arrived at the motel to feel my stomach drop a second time. There were cops outside the room Jody said that he'd be in, and police tape across the open threshold. Hey, Carrie Ebright, welcome. Oh no, thank you for the gifter to Deborah Long. Welcome, Deborah. Thank you, Carrie. Very, very kind. Yeah, this bank robber story was probably the longest one. I should have did it first. HR has determined a severe conflict of interest. Mods must distribute their snacks to all stream members. That'd be so sick if we could just 3D print each other things, such as crack rock. Have I been on long already? Yeah, it's been 4 hours of streaming. Putting in my shift at youtube.com, at YouTube headquarters. There were cops outside the room Jody said he'd be in, and police tape across the open door. There were EMTs too, and I didn't see them walking around, but their ambulance was there, and it was all I needed to see to know that they'd gotten Jody too. I left town right away, tail between my legs, but with the money sitting in the trunk of my car. I planned on going back. I'd still got family down in Texas, but once I got to Oklahoma and found a motel, I saw a news report on TV. It was about Jody, but it wasn't just hearing about his murder that scared me so bad. It was the description a witness had given the police, which became the basis for their person of interest appeal, and it was that which made me feel like the devil himself was standing right there next to me, laughing his ass. Scary taxes stories, yeah, fuck, man. Scariest part of the year. Pissing your money away to a fucking Somali daycare. It was the description a witness had given the police, which became the basis for their person of interest appeal. But it was that which made me feel like the devil himself was standing right there next to me, laughing his ass off at a joke I didn't get. Because when the newscaster read out the man's description, being that of a tall, stocky man with long hair and a wild-looking beard, it sounded almost exactly like Vincent. Someone matching that description had been seen in the motel's parking lot acting strange. Then around the same time as the murders, this same person was said to have hopped in a truck and driven away from the scene at some very serious speed. But then, Vincent wasn't the only guy in Texas to have a long-ass beard and a ponytail, so that all could have been a coincidence, right? But then what are the chances of the same person sporting an oversized hat and a bunch of bandages around his head? I had never been so freaked out in my whole life, and I'd never been in a situation where I actually considered pinching myself because I was half convinced that I'd wake up to discover that the whole thing was just some horrible nightmare. But it wasn't a dream. It was real, and I found myself faced with a very real possibility that Vincent had somehow survived TJ's attempt to kill him and had come to get his revenge. Looking back on it, I realized that it was much more likely to be the cartel and that somehow they figured out a way to track us down. But just the thought of some half-dead Vincent walking around looking like he'd crawled out of a grave, it sent shivers up my spine even all these years later. I live someplace else now. Oops. Pocket sand. Finished a whole coloring page? Nice, dude. We're still doing tacos and tackle ball on Tuesday. You better be there. You have to eat the tacos as you're being tackled. Did anyone else watch King of the Hill, and what did you think of the new season? Yeah, it kind of like snuck by me, man. I wasn't sure what to think. I did see that there's a new season of Scrubs coming back as well, which I thought was kind of crazy. I live someplace else now, just about as far. I live someplace else now, just about as far from Texas as it's possible to get without having to learn another language. So let's just say that whatever people speak here is sure as hell ain't Spanish. Alright, we did it. We done did it. Let's go, baby. Let's freaking go, man. Alright, guys. Should we stop? I feel like I kind of got some stuff to do tomorrow, so we kind of got to read this outro. What's up, Daniela? How you doing? Just got to read this outro. Somebody can think of something funny for me to say. Remember, Mickey Mouse gets what Mickey Mouse wants. What am I doing tomorrow? I'm just meeting with a lawyer about some stuff. Just reviewing more contract bullshit. God, it's not even the contract I was giving you the hypothetical about earlier. It's just, I fucking hate contracts, man. Yeah, it's a divorce. Isn't that weird to think? Like, I'm 35. I technically have missed my first divorce. Whatever, who cares? Anyways, don't get married, kids. And if you do, make sure you stay poor, so she's not motivated to fuck you in the butt. Hey friends, thanks for listening. Click that notification bell to be alerted of all future narrations. I release new videos every Monday and Thursday at 9 p.m. Eastern Time, and there are super fun live streams on Sundays and Wednesday nights. If you got a story, be sure to submit them over to my email at letsreadsubmissions@gmail.com, and you might even hear them on the next video. And if you want to support me even more, grab early access to all future narrations and bonus content over on Patreon, or click that big join button to hear about the extra perks for members of the channel. And check out the Let's Read podcast, where you can hear all of these stories in big compilations, located anywhere you listen to podcasts. I also have a true crime channel called Saturn Soul. All these links are in the description below. Thanks so much, friends. And remember, Gringo reads every day. No, someone's going to misconstrue it as a slur, and then you're going to go to jail. You specifically. 31 is still going strong with no marriage. Nice, dude. You know, it just be that way sometimes, and it's nothing, you know. Sometimes you have your coffee spots, you have your pet who chills with you. I'm not saying you should. You get the idea. Anyways, the point is, sometimes it's okay just being you. What the fuck am I talking about? Anyways, what are we saying here? Not something about gringo. You freaking racist. You freaking second racist. Wear your fossil poop for grandpa. There you go. That's a good one. No gringo, no read. No gringo, no read. That'd be kind of funny to like make a food called like gringo salad, and it's like a burrito with mayonnaise in it or something like that. Okay, anyways, all links in the description below. Thanks so much, friends, and remember, wear your fossil poop for grandpa. Don't get married, gringo. Okay, guys, thanks for hanging out. You guys rock. You're awesome. Go make me some gringo pie. We'll all stop by here soon. But I love you, appreciate you. Thanks for being positive and nice to each other. And, you know, nothing's going to happen until you make it happen. So please go out there and make it happen. All right, guys. We'll get this up and edited over on Patreon. It's only $1 a month over there for early access. Otherwise, it'll be up on YouTube. Same time, same place. 9 p.m. EST tonight. We'll see you in the next stream, which will be Wednesday, right? You guys gonna come back Wednesday? Either way, follow my Instagram at letsread.official to be kept up to date when I go live on my story so you don't miss it. And hit that notification bell. Alright, guys. Adios, friendos. I'll see you again later. See you at the divorce meeting. Bye-bye.